everybody! I hope you're all having a good day. I hope you're all smiling and enjoying your lovely day. In this following tutorial stream, I will be showing you on how to get started on VNyan for first-time users, and pretty much just helping you out on just getting started as a VTuber. So, before we get started on using VNyan, we do need to go over some prerequisites. First and foremost, you are going to be needing a 3D model in order to proceed with this following tutorial stream. So, first and foremost, if you are absolutely brand new to VTubing and you have no idea what a 3D model is, or you don't even have a 3D model, my highest recommendation is to use this program called Void Studio, which I'm going to go ahead and quickly send you a link in the chat for, but you can also Google it if you are happen to watch the VOD and the chat doesn't show up for when you're watching the VOD. So I recommend in the chat, I set a link to Void Studio, so if you are absolutely brand new, check out Void Studio. There are many tutorials on YouTube on how to make a Void model, but it's very simple. It's just like a dress-up character creation program. So use that, export VRM model, and you can be able to use it on VNyan. Now, if you by any chance commission a model from somebody else, then as long as you have a VRM file or a VSF avatar file for more insane, features on your model, you can of course use those files as well. Again, if you are still confused about what your model contains and you have commissioned your model from somebody, please consult or contact your 3D modeler or 3D editor, depending on if it's a kit bash model or a void edited model. Please make sure to contact them for further assistance. Now, besides that though, if by any chance you are not comfortable using Void Studio and you do need to have a pre-existing model, since maybe you're not comfortable with Void, you just want a pre-existing model to follow along with the tutorial, I have my lovely test chan model that you can download to follow along with this tutorial, so that way you download her and then you can load the VRM file into VNyan and have it as a good temporary study model until you're ready to have your own unique model. But either way, those are mainly the prerequisites. If I have forgotten anything, then feel free to let me know in the chat or in the comments once this live stream is no longer a live stream, it's a VOD. Then please make sure to comment below if you have any other questions regarding where to obtain a 3D model. With that being said, welcome to the VNyan Wizard. This is what you're going to be introduced for first time VNyan users. It's going to look exactly like this. So here it mentions that you can use a VRM model or a VRM 1.0 model, since VRM 1.0 is currently being standardized. It's not really recommended as much, but you can still use a VRM 1.0 if you happen to have exported your void model as 1.0. And of course, if you want custom shaders, custom animations, other crazy stuff, you use VSF avatar. But in this case, I'm going to press on the load button. We are going to be loading our lovely test chan, so that way it's easy to follow along, especially those who are using void models. So let me go ahead, load the test chan right here. And of course, if you already know how to use VNyan and you're just restarting VNyan to fix something, you can always skip the wizard, but we're going to proceed with the wizard so that way, we have something to follow along with. So we're going to press on OK. Once you have that, VNyan does support multiple different kinds of tracking solutions. Of course, there may be some tracking that are not native to VNyan, but the thing is, we do have something called VMC. So for more advanced users that want to do things like have VR tracking or mocap suits in VNyan, you're going to be utilizing VMC, which stands for Virtual Motion Capture. There's the Virtual Motion Capture program that does VR, and then VMC as the protocol. So that's the main thing you have to, keep an eye out. So here, we can be able to tell VNyan what type of tracking we want. Now, this is very important because every VTuber has a different tracking solution, because it depends on your budget, depends on your preference, and what you want as a VTuber. Now, if you want full body tracking, it tends to be very expensive, so do keep that in mind. We're not going to do full body tracking in this stream, though, as that gets into more advanced territory, and that will become its own tutorial, so keep that in mind. But when it comes to full body tracking, expensive, but yet it can still give you a lot more expressiveness. If you have any questions regarding full body tracking stuff, feel free to let me know, whether you're interested in the Rococo suit, X-Sense, Perception Neuron, VR, so on. We can talk about that different time. But we have this, we can say if we want full body tracking, we can say if we want hand tracking, leap motion, if we have an iPhone or we have a webcam. Now, for my case, I'm actually going to go ahead, I'm going to be using my webcam for this case, which I should have turned that on. There you go. So I'm going to be using the Elgato web camera, but if you happen to have a laptop that has a built-in camera, you can use that. If you have an Android and if you have an Android phone, by the way, you could use Meowface for your face tracking, which is probably more recommended if you happen to have an Android. If you have an iPhone, that's probably the best, that's pretty much the best face tracking you can get. But we're going to stick with webcam just to make it easier for beginners to follow along. So we're going to choose, I have a web camera for this case. If you want hand tracking, this will allow it so VNyan can trigger the webcam hands. But if you say leap motion, you're going to have leap motion hand tracking instead. So we're going to choose these two just to get started with. But again, any other questions about mocap solutions, feel free to let me know in the chat. But otherwise, you'll have to experiment. And I even made a video too, by the way, regarding face tracking stuff. So let me go ahead and send that video in the chat. So if you want further information regarding how to use face, like what kind of face tracking solutions are available to you and how to improve your face tracking IRL, then you can check out that tutorial I just linked in the chat. I should probably label the links, that's alright. But that will show you that will talk about face tracking and how to improve and stuff, so keep that in mind. Now, with that being said though, I'm going to go ahead and press on OK. We're going to then, it says based on your selections, this is what is recommended. Since you have webcam tracking but no web camera but no leap motion and one hand tracking, it's recommended to use VNyan's web camera tracking because VNyan does have native webcam tracking support, which is definitely really nice. So that way, if you don't have to pay for a leap motion, you don't have to pay for an iPhone. Again, it may not be the top tier quality, but it's still great for entry level, or again, if you just want to stay on the cheap side, this is definitely really good. And if you know how to set it up, then you're going to get some pretty good results with it. But with that being said, I'm going to choose the web camera. It's going to be my Elgato camera, which for some reason it's saying virtual camera. Let me see if I can face cam. No. Okay, so, let me see if I can activate a different web camera. I do have 3 web cameras available to me, so give me a moment to debug this. Alright, so we have that. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. The way VNyan works is that you have to restart the program you have to actually restart the program in order for web camera detection to take place. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate, but okay, we're just gonna go through the wizard, and then I'm gonna quickly restart VNyan midstream, after this, so that way it'll detect my cameras, because VNyan doesn't, update real time regarding your web camera selection. So keep that in mind, by the way, if you're gonna make changes to your web camera stuff. But we're gonna go ahead and press on OK, because why not? Now over here, expressions, ARKit perfect synced. Perfect, that's just another word for ARKit. ARKit perfect sync, 52 ARKit blend shapes, and I think there's other words for it, but we're just gonna keep it with ARKit. So now, if your model, by any chance, has ARKit blend shape. Now, Teschin and Teskun have ARKit blend shapes, so it will automatically be detected in VNyan that it'll work. If your Void model has Hanatul blend shapes, it will also be detected. Now, if you commissioned your model from somebody else, I recommend consult your modeler if they added ARKit blend shapes, or they can tell you if it does have it. So keep that in mind. Not every model has ARKit blend shapes, so keep that in mind. So if you, let's say, export a Void model freshly out of Void Studio, that does not have ARKit, because sadly Void Studio doesn't have ARKit natively. I don't know when they'll ever add it, but just keep that in mind. Not every model has ARKit. However, with VNyan, even if you don't have ARKit blend shapes, it will still detect it for you. So that way, as long as you're using the Startup Wizard, it should automatically detect what track is best for you. Now, you may be wondering, what's the benefit of having a model with ARKit blend shapes? ARKit blend shapes allow you to have the most expressive face tracking, while a model without ARKit gives you more of a stiff face tracking. So if you've ever been wondering why your face tracking looks kind of stiff, it's probably because you don't have ARKit blend shapes. But even then, there are still some limitations regarding webcam. Keep that in mind, but make do with what you got, pretty much. So if you have any question regarding ARKit or something like that, if you're a Void model, you can buy Hanatul. If you are a from scratch model, by the way, I have a tutorial on how to make iPhone blend shapes, so I'm going to link that in the chat real quickly. Hello there. Hello everyone. Hello. Let's see. So, AR kit, AR kit blend shape tutorial. I'm gonna label that in the chat here. But yeah, but hello to Mr. Invincible in the chat. Thank you very much for the lovely hellos. And yeah, so with that being said, all right. So here, because again, because Test-Chan has AirKit blend shapes, we should be good to go on having pre-expressive face tracking for webcam, because VNyan uses MediaPipe, which again, if you check out my face tracking tutorial on the advice and stuff, it'll tell you what MediaPipe is and so on. So with that, expression mapping. If you're someone who wants to replicate VTFace's expression detection system, this is what does that. So please make sure that your stuff is set up, is registered properly here, because here, this is where, if I were to, let's say for example, you don't have, you don't have AirKit blend shapes and you're using the, VNyan's webcam tracking, you can be able, even though you don't have the AirKit blend shapes, it should still kind of map the AirKit blend shapes in the program. So pretty much, if I were to smile IRL, it will trigger the Void Model's fun blend shape. If I were to smile and have my eyes closed, for example, the joy will trigger, or surprise when I get shocked, or sorrow when I'm sad. It will have this automatically registered for you. So, keep that in mind. You can of course change it if you like, but otherwise we're going to leave it as default. So we're going to press on OK. Now, expressions. This is where you can set up your expression toggles. So if by any chance, let's say for example for your Void model, because for Test-Chan, she does have a lot of extra blend shapes, that's not really hotkeyable, but not really worth hotkeying it. But these expression, for example, you may want to set a keyboard expression. Now if you are a Stream Deck user, you're going to be using WebSockets. I'll go over in a little bit on how Stream Deck users can use VNyan, but we're going to start off with keyboards. So on Joy, we're going to click on set hotkey, and we're going to press the number 1 button on our numpad. If you don't have a numpad, you could use something like Control-Shift-4 on your keyboard, just so you don't press on the button over and over and over. You can do that. It really depends on what your preference is. So make sure you get comfortable on what you're going to be triggering, because what you set up as a hotkey here is going to be something you're going to be using as a VTuber. Now, if you don't want to use hotkeys because they may be a bit too daunting to remember, or maybe, if you're a keyboard user, you trigger it too easily, or you don't want to put into the extra effort to triggering this, it's perfectly fine. You don't have to use hotkeys. But this is for if you want to just trigger it so you can add a little bit more controlled expressiveness to your character. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and press on OK. This is where we're going to choose our streaming platform. Now, we're going to start off, let's say we're going to do Twitch, for example, but you can use YouTube, because for YouTube, because for usually my streams, I use StreamerBot for the sort of replication of the Twitch redeems. So if you're interested in replicating a channel point system, but for YouTube, you can look into StreamerBot for that. But that gets a little advanced. But again, there's tutorials on how to do that, so it should help you out. But just keep in mind that if you were to do the YouTube method and you set up the commands and stuff, just keep in mind that if your chat does, your chat may be able to spam it. You may have to do some extra stuff to the setup. But at least you could be able to set up things like redeemed, like if someone sends you a sticker or a YouTube sticker, YouTube, what do you call it? A YouTube a YouTube sub, when they subscribe to your channel, or if someone sends you a super chat. When someone sends you a super chat, you can be able to have it set up there. But we're gonna do Twitch because most VTubers tend to use Twitch for the most part for streaming. YouTube's kind of on the streaming stuff. But either way, we have Item Thrower. Item Thrower is great if you want to have something like this where things are tossed at your character. So if you want something like this, you can be able to set up accordingly. Now, VNyan will automatically set up based on your input. have like some pre-made inputs for you. So if you have no idea what a follow is, a subscribe, or a bit is, or something like that, VNyan has it like pre-set up for you. If you want to select it for all of this, by all means you can, and there's even the little extra thing here where you can tell it like if the channel point redeem throw stuff is triggered, which you'll have to set this up yourself on Twitch, by the way, so keep that in mind. So here you can set up a channel point redeem or stuff like that. I'm gonna go ahead, and then there's chat message if you want to have that. We're not gonna do chat message. We're gonna have it like this, where if I get a new follow, subscribe, get a subscription, or bits, or even like, you know, a channel point to throw stuff at my character, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and press on OK. Now next thing, confetti, the fun stuff. So a little confetti can be hit on your avatar. Very, very nice. So, and just making sure my microphone's good, right? Okay, my microphone's good. All right, so here we can be able to trigger some confetti, for example. So, you know, for new follow, subs, and bits, you can do that. I will go ahead and actually select this for raid and hype train, actually, for the confetti, because I mean, who doesn't want to have confetti when you get a raid or a massive hype train, like your first ever hype train, you know? So you may want to have some confetti, you know? Very fun stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and press on OK for that. The water is like a really fun channel point redeem we could have. So we can have a channel point redeem for like a hydrate streamer, for example, but I'm not gonna have it where bits or a new, let's say for example I just want it as like a channel point redeem, for instance. So let's see. Also, hello everyone. So, by the way, yes, hi Presvale, and hi Mr. Invincible. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you. So yeah, and of course, if anybody happens to have any questions in the chat regarding how to use VNyan, by all means, this is the perfect time to ask VNyan questions, because I'm going over this for those who are brand new to VNyan. All right. So with water, we'll have this as a channel point redeem. You know, this is what we'll do. If by any chance, let's say for example, oh wait, I need to have like a confetti redeem or something like that, you can always press the back button and you can be able to, you know, do some corrections regarding like, you know, what you want for a certain redeem. So for my case, I'm gonna say throw confetti here as like one of my channel point redeems I want for Twitch. So I'm gonna press on OK. And then we'll have this as just a channel point redeem only. We're going to press on OK. And then as you can see, there is my lovely test chan. Now, do keep in mind that VNyan does autosave, so that's really nice. Now, I do need to quickly restart my VNyan though, because I did activate my camera when VNyan's awake. So let me go ahead and quickly turn off VNyan and restart it up, so that way I can fix my camera issue. So, like I said, if you turned on your camera and VNyan's already open, VNyan will not reflect those changes, so you have to restart VNyan, so that way VNyan can, you know, be able to detect that, hey, you know, you do have a camera and you have the choice to use it. So let me go ahead back to OBS. I'm gonna go ahead and have the game capture here real quickly. Let's see, VNyan, there you are. Alright, so for my case though, I'm going to go ahead back to menu, and I'm going to go to settings, and then I'm going to quickly go here to my webcam tracking and change it to Elgato face camera. That way, because that is actually how it will detect my tracking. And as you can see, you know, my tracking should be working. Now, obviously, it's not the most perfect tracking when it comes to webcam, but at least it's something good for beginners. So keep that in mind. But either way, though, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go through these settings together. Again, reminder, just go to menu on the top right here, and you're going to click on settings, and we're going to go through these so that way you can have, you can adjust your tracking and other stuff that you may want. So let's go through this together, everybody. So base layer, this allows you to add like an arm angle, so you can be able to change your arm angle however you want, whether you want a T-pose to your chat, or maybe you just want to have your arms a little bit more down so it's a little bit more natural, so you can adjust accordingly. You can also adjust the root rotation, mainly for like, VR use if your character is backwards. It doesn't work on every model, so do keep that in mind. The rotation may not work, and that's perfectly fine. There are other ways you can adjust where your character's at. We'll go over that later, but either way, Then there's also arm tracking during VSF animation. This is mainly for those who have VSF avatar files. If you don't have a VSF avatar file by any chance, then by all means that is, by all means you don't have to check on this. It's all perfectly good, so don't worry about that. Now, web camera tracking, this is where, if by any chance your tracking is somehow not working, like what just happened earlier, you can be able to change your camera settings here, like so. Now, do keep in mind, it will probably detect some, virtual cameras you may have installed, so, be mindful of that. But choose whichever one is closest to the camera that you do use, and you should be good. Camera settings is great if you want to change up, like, let's say, you do want to use, like, the, it kind of depends on what is best for you. You may want to experiment this to see, like, if it will help your tracking a little more in terms of quality, and just by doing that, just clicking on this actually kind of helped with some stability regarding my tracking, so that does help. So you may want to mess around with what is this shown to you, and you just choose whichever is kind of best. So so if you have like something like this, you can use that, but otherwise it's really just depending on your camera. Now, you can utilize eye bones by default, especially if you use Kana tool. It will have it where you'll have eye bones, but of course, depending on who made your AR kit blend shapes, some AR kit riggers may not use eye bones. They may actually use eye blend shapes instead. So do keep that in mind, but for the most part, you can just leave this on, especially for Test-chan actually uses eye blend shapes actually. So yeah, so that way, for my case, my eyes are looking a little derpy. 1 second. Let me look straight ahead. And yeah, actually, yeah, we'll just keep with the eye bones because it's actually just making Test-chan kind of derpy with webcam. So I will say definitely you will experience the fact that your model may derp a little bit with webcam tracking. That tends to be somewhat normal. So keep that in mind. Now, if by any chance you notice that when you blink, you notice that you have like that sort of chameleon looking blinking that may look a little uncanny, you may want to have linked eye blinks. This is more recommended if you are a webcam user than an eye. Like if your iPhone, your blinking and your wink should be a little bit more accurate, but you can have linked eye blinks. Now, by default, it'll have it where it's at a threshold, so that means you can still wink, but it'll just make it where your normal blinking will be a little bit more accurate. If you want it where you have like total control over like you really want to have it where it's linked eye blink only, like purely, you would have to set it to 0. But of course, as you increase the threshold, you can have it like like let's say pretty much 0 is where it's more like the eyes are fully linked together, but the bigger the threshold, the more likely you're able to wink a lot more easily. So just choose whichever you like. I'm gonna choose 0 just because since since I have glasses IRL, it's better for me to have linked eye blink with my glasses. So I'll do that. Now, mirror tracking is great. Now, I personally prefer to have mirror tracking on, because whenever I'm, like, looking at a specific direction, my character will tend to, like, look at that sort of quote-unquote correct direction, if that makes sense. Also, by the way, if you have webcam hand tracking enabled, yes, you can be able to use webcam hand tracking, so there's that. Again, if you follow the VNyan startup, then there's that. I'll show you how to, like, adjust your hand tracking, so don't worry about that. So, or just a moment, but we'll have, you can enable mirror tracking, but if you don't want that, you can, of course, have it where it's not mirrored. Kind of depends on your preference, really. So, convert AR kit to simple blend shapes. This usually will get triggered on only if VNyan, like when you're doing the startup wizard, this will get triggered when it detects that your model does not have AR kit blend shapes. But if for some reason, if by chance VNyan does not if you know for a fact you don't have AR kit blend shapes and you don't know what AR kit blend shapes are in the first place, and you see that this is unchecked and you know that your model doesn't have AR kit blend shapes at all, make sure you have this checked on. Now, I'm not going to do this because it will mess with my face tracking, and, I have AR kit, so, there's that. Plant feet is mainly so that way your model can be able to, like, keep its feet in place. If you have it where This is deselected. It'll make it where your character's floating. This is good for like if you want to have that tracking aesthetic where you have like a sort of floating look with your character. But otherwise, though, if you want to have a more natural look, then you will have to have the feet planted. So make sure you have that. Track blend shapes, of course, we are gonna need this on. The only reason why this is here is for people that want to, let's say, they want to combine iPhone face tracking with webcam hand tracking. That's why this setting exists. So if by any chance you want to do that sort of thing, combining different tracking solutions that VNyan offers, you can do that by disabling the track blend shape for webcam and having it where it tracks for, webcam hand tracking, and then iPhone, could track your face pretty much. And then track hands, you can either have it so you don't have webcam hand tracking. It does take a few seconds to disable the webcam hand tracking, so you give it some time. But otherwise, though, you could enable it back on if you do want to have webcam hand tracking. Again, it will take time, but pretty much all you have to do is put your hands in front of the web camera. Now, do keep in mind there may be some limitations regarding the webcam, depending on how you mount it. Now, pretty much if you're wondering what's the sort of ideal mounting for a web camera, pretty much the more centered the web camera is, or like the more straight your web camera can see your torso, or not torso, it only tracks your face. So the web camera can only track your actual hands, like where your hands are, and the face. It does not track elbows, does not track your torso, it does not track any of that. If you want a tracking solution that does that, like if you want it where your webcam tracking will track your elbows, your torso, and your full body tracking, but it's all done with webcam, please download XR Animator and use VMC to connect XR Animator to VNyan. So keep that in mind if you're curious as to how to get like that full body webcam camera solution. XR Animator is completely for free, so if you're on a budget, you definitely can give XR Animator a try. But for VNyan, though, if you don't want to run an extra program, then you got webcam hand tracking. Now, if I put my hands on my lap, though, it will not track my hands. The camera needs to see my hands for the tracking to work. So I usually have it where my hand is like right next to my actual head IRL for it to actually track. So keep that in mind. But otherwise, though, it's kind of like it really depends on your mounting IRL. Now, over here, this is the sliders. Again, this is really useful if you're going to be combining tracking solutions, like iPhone for face tracking, but you have webcam hand tracking. So for, let's say if you're going to do that sort of solution, you may want to have it where the apply head tracking and then apply neck. You may want to like disable these so that way you can utilize, your hand tracking. So apply root and then apply legs, but the apply arms is there so that way you can still have arm tracking like that from web camera. But again, it really just depends on what you want. You can just experiment. It's just a matter of what you want to combine, and then you just kind of like disable or enable what, depending on the tracking solution. So there's that. All right, let me go ahead and have that. And before I go through that, let me check on the chat. Hi, Kana. I know you're covering the basics today, but I'm really interested in learning about the whole custom Unity world if you have the time. So if you're ever interested in the VNyan SDK, I have tutorials that go over that. Let me quickly send you a tutorial on how to do environments, because it is a tutorial I made quite a long time ago, actually. So I can understand why some people may not realize I actually made a tutorial about it, because it's been actually a long time since I've done that. So here, this is actually the tutorial on how to do VNyan worlds, or like how to convert your 3D world to VNyan. You could also use Sweet Home 3D, by the way, which I have a tutorial on how to use Sweet Home 3D if you are curious on that. So hopefully that link will help you out in chat. So thank you for sharing that question. All right, so the next thing that we're gonna sorry, teach late for class. It's all right, Allah. It's perfectly okay. Again, just make sure you get all caught up regarding our lesson. All right. So let's go ahead and continue on with our sliders here. So right here we have locomotion. Locomotion is great if you want to pretend that you have sort of steppies on your avatar. So I can be able to move around. This is great if you want to just pretend that you have full body tracking without having actual full body tracking. Or I guess if you want to replicate the live 2D like leg steppies, you can be able to use that. But otherwise, though, if you don't want to have that leg tracking, you can always disable it. It really depends on what you like. And of course, as well, by the way, you know, again, you can have it at like, you know, slight different levels. So it's not like, you know, you can have it kind of light, or you can have it, you know, a big amount. Really just depends on you, really. All right. What about hand tracking? Oh, wait, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. The hand tracking is at the bottom here. Oh my god, I almost forgot. But yeah, the hand tracking is at the bottom. So we're just kind of going over the main tracking, like the main head tracking before we get to the last sliders, which is about hand tracking there. But like I said, if you want to enable hand tracking, it's over here under track hands right there. That's how you can enable it. But the sliders for the hands are over here. I'll go over that after we go over all these crazy sliders. So let me see here. What do you do if your arms aren't if your arms aren't capturing quickly? What do you mean? If your arms aren't capturing quickly? You mean like it's taking a while for your hands to be detected? You could try and adjust your actual, like, you could try adjusting your actual, like, camera IRL to, like, change the angle. See if that might help, you know, detect your hands a little faster. But otherwise, you could, again, mess with you can either mess with these values here, see if that might help you out, or you can maybe mess with your IRL lighting, because the IRL lighting definitely does impact the quality of your webcam tracking. I have a mini light on top of my monitor, so you can, you know, definitely utilize some lighting to help you out on getting some accurate tracking, pretty much. So, you know, there's that. You could also maybe look into XR Animator. Since XR Animator does have full body tracking for webcam, it may like make the hand tracking react a little bit more quicker. You could give it a try. That's something I kind of know that kind of gives an even more natural feel regarding like webcam users. So there's that. Yeah, it takes a second for the hands to catch up. Like, yeah, it's happening with me as well. That's kind of like, that's just something that VNyan does. I thought you meant like it takes a long while for it to track, but if you see that like quick delay that you have regarding the hand detection, that's kind of normal for VNyan's hand tracking, since is taking its, you know, it's trying to make sure that there is a hand up before it triggers it, because otherwise sometimes there could be like accidental like tracking in the background, so it just has that sort of delay to see like, is that a hand? And then if it's a hand, then it will have the hands up. And then there's that delay where when you put your hands down, it's trying to make sure, like, in case, like, you know, if your hand tracking is lost, like, it's trying to like quickly verify, did you lost your hand tracking, or is it like actually, is it lost, or are you trying to like quickly get your hands back to normal? So yeah. All right, check your motion smoothing too. It may introduce some latency. There's that too. But let me quickly go over the other settings here real quickly, and then we can cover a little bit more about the tracking if anyone has like last questions before we get into like other stuff. So let me quickly let's go over gaze strength. So if by any chance your eyes happen to not be moving, right? Like your eyes are not moving at all, you may want to increase the gaze strength. But of course, as you can see, Test-chan is having a bit of difficulties. But pretty much, this is good if you notice that your eyes are not moving a lot. So you may want to increase or decrease it depending on, you know, how much you want your eyes to move. If your eyes, even despite moving this around, if your eyes are still not moving at all, now if you're a Void model, you should have this automatically working for you. But if you're a from scratch model, you have to make sure, do you have eye bones? And if not, do you have like the AirKit eye blend shapes to maybe help out? But you know, it's just kind of like depends on the model. Again, if you by chance like like if you're having any model issues, by the way, let me go ahead and quickly send you the Superheroes Discord server so you can join that link if you need some further assistance regarding how to use VNyan. All right, guys. So yeah, keep that in mind. Now, movement range. This is very good if you want to be able to move a lot. If you want to be able to move, like, quite a lot. Like, if you're doing, like, left and right movement, for example, you can be able to, you know, just move a lot more. So, that's, if you want to change that, you can be able to change your movement range depending on what you want. Now, if you want a more natural movement, like if you prefer either something very stiff or something that's less in the movement, just make sure that the slider is like around this area. But if you want more tracking, you just maybe have it like, you know, maybe just have it like maybe in the middle, or if you prefer high. Like, this is probably good if you're utilizing the locomotion too, by the way. So if you want to really move a lot, you could also do that if you like. But otherwise though, I'm gonna go ahead and disable locomotion, and I'm just gonna keep my movement range a little low. Rotation range is good if you want to be able to rotate your model very easily, but if you don't like to rotate a lot, like you want to maybe have like a limited head rotation, you can of course decrease the range, so that way like you don't rotate out, like you can still have some rotation, but at least it's a little bit more natural so your character is always facing front. But if you don't want any rotation at all and you want to make your model a little bit more stiff, you can of course have it low, but otherwise I'm gonna have it a little bit high so I can be able to look around and stuff, you know? Alright. Head tilt range is good if you want to like tilt your head more like this. So if you don't like the head tilt, you can of course like not have the head tilt at all, you know, for stylistic reasons, or you know, you could have more of a head tilt if you want more expressiveness, or make it a little low so it's not too crazy if you want something natural. But I'm gonna have something like this, like that, so I can have some tilt. Nod range is when you're trying to nod up and down saying yes, so you can increase the nod range like this, or you can decrease it if you don't want to nod at all. This is probably good if, let's say for example, maybe you're trying to do like a drawing tablet and you have your tracking, but you don't want your character looking so down like this all the time, so you can definitely have some control over how much your head nods. Now I'm going to do this, I'm going to have it set up like that, similar to the rotation range here, so that way, you know, I have some added expressiveness to my head. Maybe I'll increase the rotation range a little more. Wah, 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 wah. Alright, so altitude range is referring to moving up and down. So if you want to have a more bouncier tracking, like, you know, you want to have that bounce, and you can of course increase the altitude range so you can move up and down. But of course, if you don't want too much of a bounce, you can decrease the, you know, the range. Especially this is good for those who really want to have either stiff tracking, you know, out of preference, or something a little bit more on the natural side. But otherwise, I'll have a little bit of some bounce, you know, bounce to my tracking, you know, for some added expression. And let me see here on the chat, nod range. What if you have a with cat ears as your VTuber? It kind of leans a lot up and down. What if it's all cranked to the top? Let's not try cranking the settings to the top. Your model will fly away. I did that to a client before for testing, and I didn't. Let's just say they flew away. So let's not make our settings too high or anything like that. All right. So now depth range. This is referring to when your character is moving back and forth. So the higher the range, the more you can move back and forth. This is pretty cool if you want to do those streams where like you zoom in on the camera and be like, hi, how you doing? Or something like that. But otherwise though, I usually prefer to have this a little bit on the low side. Like, I still, you know, don't mind a little bit of some depth movement, but otherwise nothing too much. But I mean, if you want to have that, you know, when you get closer to your camera, the character gets closer, you could do that. I guess you can say you can have a little bit of a lean tracking, a little bit. So there's that. Pelvis stiffness is referring to making your pelvis, well, stiff. By default, it does have it at 1. You can see how like This is good if you want to have like a, you know, you want to keep your spine like, you know, naturally like straight, if that makes sense. But otherwise, if you want that sort of like tilted look easily, you could do that. But if you want to keep your character a little bit more natural, you could just leave that as 1. Maintain hip position is mainly good if you want to like kind of fake the hip, like if you want to kind of like, also hold up, wait, that it's kind of a little difficult tracking setup because oh boy, it does mess with your character. This is kind of good if you want to like have that sort of like faked hip rotation, but you're definitely gonna have to do a lot of adjustments when it comes to like your tracking settings. So do keep that in mind. It's gonna be a little derpish. I usually prefer to have it at 0, but again, depending on what you want, you may want to have that setting, so there's that. Now, besides the those 2 settings, tracking smoothness is good if you want to have your tracking to be a little bit more smoother. Of course, I wouldn't say it causes latency per se, it just kind of makes it where your tracking's less jittery. Well, I mean, we do have a jitter removal, which is kind of a strong version of the smoothing, so you have this. But of course, if you notice that whenever you, let's say you have like a more bouncier tracking that you want, and you notice that your character kind of like stutters or something like that, you may want to increase the body tracking to kind of combat that. So you kind of may want to, you know, maybe adjust these a little bit so that way your tracking can be smooth. And I still have, you know, my hand tracking working pretty well, so yay! Alright, so, and then jitter removal, like I said, it's pretty much a strong, like, let's say by any chance these 2 smoothing solutions don't work out for you, then the jitter removal is definitely a strong way to pretty much reduce even more of the jitter. So, I usually recommend don't go anywhere more than 3 usually, but, you know, it kind of really depends on, like, how much smoothness you want. So this is kind of like the smoothest things I use, or probably something I'm currently using right now, but again, really depends on what your preference is. If you want to move faster, like, you know, if you want to move faster, then you may want to have the smoothness be low, but if you want to have a more natural, like, movement for your tracking, you may want to have the smoothness bigger. If by any chance you move very little, or you prefer to have a very, very slow movement, you may want to have the smoothing to be a lot more slower, but do keep in mind, you may not want to have it maxed out like that. So, we're just going to have it set up like this. Now, the hand sliders. So the hand sliders are good if you, let's say for example, you have your hand tracking, but you notice that your hands are a little too high, let's say. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the offset to correct the hands so that way they're a bit more like closer, they're a bit more natural, if that makes sense. So you can see like my hands are in the air, like, well, you can't really see my IRL camera, but IRL my hands are actually in the air, but my VTuber avatar looks more natural when it comes to the webcam tracking, all thanks to these sliders here. So you can do that. The Z axis is pretty much moving your hands back and forth. So again, if you prefer to have the hands closer to your body, then this is how you can have more natural hand tracking. Now again, you can't really mess with the smooth, I believe, let me quickly check real here. Yeah, so if you want to make the smooth, if you really want to affect the smoothness of your hand tracking, you'll have to mess with the body smoothness. So if you want smoother hand tracking for webcam, just increase the body smoothness and you can make your hand tracking a little bit more natural. But otherwise though, you know, if you want your hands to be a bit more reactive, just make the body smoothness to be lower. So, yeah. Alright then, well, I don't want to have my hands all up in the air all the time, so that's pretty much it. So there's that. Now, besides all this stuff, I will, last but not least, quickly go over blend shape adjustment. And then, before I actually continue on with the saying, there are some camera controls I do need to quickly go over. I should have went over the camera controls first, but I went over tracking, you know, just so if you're curious on how to get the tracking first, there's that, but we're going to quickly go over the camera after this. But blend shape adjustment here. this is where you can be able to adjust your blend shapes. Now, in case you don't know what blend shapes are, blend shapes is what makes your model's face move around. Now, I'm not talking about head rotation, I'm talking about your lips moving, your eyes blinking, your eyebrows moving up and down, and so on. That's your blend shapes. So, in order for us to change how expressive or how stiff our face tracking will look like, we will need to adjust it here. Now, for Test Chan's case, we are using the AirKit blend shape. But if you don't know what AirKit blend shapes are, or you know for a fact that you don't have AirKit blend shapes, you will be messing with these values here, A, I, U, E, O, and then the blinks here. But otherwise, you know, we can still mess with the AirKit ones here. Again, it really depends on your model, so just keep that in mind. Alright, so with that being said, if I want to, let's say for example, I'm having a hard time blinking, for example, like my eyes, whenever I'm blinking really fast, the blinking may not really catch up that well. So in order to fix the blinking issue, we're going to click on I blink left or blink L, and I'm gonna go ahead and you can, adjust the, the settings. So I can either make the weight like 0.2. So by default, it'll be at 1. I think because the curve is already filled out, it probably accidentally took the settings I have for my other setup. But here, we're going to go ahead and set this to 0. We're going to set this to 2 because by default, it'd be set to 1. But we'll set it to 2 or maybe 2.5. So that way, my blinking will be a lot more stronger. You can, of course, mess with the weight curve if you want as well. This is pretty much what, it changes, like, the timing of, how long, like, how quickly, like, your blend shape will activate, or the weight of the blend shape, like, how it's affected. So, usually, I prefer to have it, like, set by default, if that makes sense, because default's perfectly fine. You could set up the smoothness against, you can mess with tracking smoothing if you like, but even then, you could mess with the weight curve. So if you're someone that wants to use something like VBridger, right, but, because the thing is like, some people have been wondering about VBridger for VTubing. Sadly, VBridger, you can't have head rotation sent to, from the program. So if you are a VNyan user, you pretty much technically have VBridger already in the program. It's in the form of this. So in order for you to pretty much add more tracking points, you just right click, you can click and drag, and you can be able to mess how your blink and blend shape is affected pretty much for the most part. And then of course, if you want to get rid of it, you just right click on the purple point again to, get rid of it pretty much. And if by any chance you happen to have, like, let's say for example, you move this point too far and you lose this for some reason, you just right click again and just kind of add that point. So don't worry, you're perfectly fine if you accidentally lose a point. You can always add more. Alright, and you can of course copy the curves and paste the curves to other blend shapes as well. And you can even export your adjustments or import if you want to share it with your clients or share it with friends and so on. But with that, let me go ahead and actually put this to 0.5 maybe. And then I'll do the same thing over here. I'm going to set this to 1.5. And whoopsie daisy. Let me click on that. There you go. So I can be able to blink. Alright, so there you go. And of course, if you want, let's say for example, if you want to make your eyes like wider more easily, you can of course adjust the weight to make it like more, like, you can make it where your eyes widen a lot more easily. Let me see if I can, yeah, so if I'm not wearing my glasses, it will trigger the eye wide a lot more easier, but because I'm wearing glasses, it doesn't really track it as well. So just keep that in mind, glasses users. There may be some limitations with the webcam, but, you can increase the weight of the eye wide if you want to be more shocked at times or something like that. But then also, I mean, even then, like, if you're a glasses user and, you always use glasses, you can, of course, increase the weight to make it even more sensitive. But, again, be mindful. When you take off the glasses, you're gonna be very shocked. Alright, so let's say, for example, we want our jaw to move a lot more. So, again, it really depends on your model, because not all models may have the most stretchiest blend shapes, but this is still good if you don't want to go back to Blender or contact your artist regarding, like, okay, how can I have more expressive rigging, you could give this a try to like fine tune your tracking. Or maybe if the jaw, like let's say for example, my model's jaw is moving way too much, you may want to decrease it. Really depends on your preference. Like if you want the jaw to move more, you just increase the value, but otherwise if you want your jaw to move less, then you decrease the value. Do keep in mind though, with jaw open, you're gonna also have to mess with mouth closed, as they are pretty much, you know, they're like opposites of each other. They help each other out. So mouth closed is the inverted blend. It's the inverted version of jaw open. So keep that in mind. It's mainly so if you have that chewing motion pretty much. So make sure to have like, make sure you also adjust this as well. You know, you can either have it at the same value of jaw open if you want, or maybe something slightly less. It really depends on how much you actually adjusted. So keep that in mind. Alright. So with that, pretty much that's how you can be able to adjust, like how, you know, if you want a bigger mouth movement, you can adjust it with the weight, or again, you could use the curve to adjust how much it can move, whether a lot or very little. See? Yeah, so if it's here, it makes the jaw move a little less, and yeah. Wow. So, there you go. Now, you can of course adjust all these other blend shapes as well. If by any chance you're curious as to what each blend shape is supposed to do, let me see if I can pull up this link for you guys, ARKit blend shapes, that shows you like how each blend shape looks like. Let me pull that up. Let me check this website here. There you go. So there's this website here I recommend. If you are brand new to 3v2, you have no idea what ARKit blend shapes are, then check out this website here. This will show you each of the existing ARKit blend shapes that you can follow along, so you know what it affects, and you know, you can make based on that your judgment on how you want your blend shapes to move for VTubing. Alright, with that being said then, pretty much you adjust and you experiment. Pretty much it's really a matter of your preference. I can't really tell you like what is the most perfect settings, because it really depends on how your model's prepared and what do you prefer. So just keep that in mind. But other than that though, we pretty much have went over at least the tracking settings, and what I went over here, the same applies to the iPhone users as well. You have linked blinked eye blinks, you have mirror tracking here, you will have the ability to disable certain tracking stuff here, and then you have all this except the web camera hand tracking, of course, because from VNyan doesn't use something called Redline for, you know, hand tracking via the iPhone. So just keep in mind you don't have hand tracking on the iPhone, but you can still combine webcam hand tracking with an iPhone if you want. Alright? But otherwise, you know, I don't really have to re-go over the settings, because what I showed you for webcam applies for iPhone users. Now, I guess I can also quickly go over this before we go over the camera, because since, you know, these can go by a little quicker. So if you happen to be a leap motion user, I might as well quickly disable my webcam hand tracking. I'll quickly go over leap motion. So I'm using a V2 leap motion. It's a $139 camera for your hand tracking. But of course, if you happen to have the V1 version, and do excuse Test-chan having a hard time tracking. So, Test-chan, are you gonna be like this? Test-chan? Fine, we'll just keep it activated if it's gonna do that. Alright, we could just disable the apply arms just so like we can still have that. I think Test-chan literally just died. What the heck? Test-chan! This is not a way to start, this is not a way to continue a tutorial, Test-chan! Okay, there you go. I had to use a backup camera to fix her. Alright. Anyways, okay. Leap motion users, though. Leap motion. Well, actually, before leap motion, let me quickly go over the iPhone, like, not the settings, but more of the solutions you have. If you're an Android user, use the MeowFace app and just copy the local IP to this box here. If you are an iPhone user, your main options are VTube Studio and iFacial Mocap. iFacial Mocap is a $6 program, but there is a free trial version that you can get iFacial Mocap for free if you want that. You'll probably get those annoying either ads or annoying messages regarding paying for iFacial Mocap, but you can still use the trial version. For VTube Studio, pretty much, VTube Studio is a great way. So if you're an iPhone user and you want to have an app that sends the AirKit, the face tracking data to VNyan for free, I recommend using VTube Studio iOS for that. You can also technically use VTube Studio Android, so if by any chance your phone does not work with Meowface, you can use VTube Studio Android and also send the tracking data, just by clicking on VTube Studio and sending that data over to VNyan so that we have free face tracking for your iPhone. I have a more in-depth tutorial on how to use iPhone tracking for VNyan, so let me go ahead and send you guys that tutorial right here. There you go. So this tutorial here goes over how to do the iPhone and Android tracking for VNyan a little bit more in depth. So you can definitely check that out. And it even shows you like the phones you want, like my actual phone, which is, it's just a refurbished iPhone 13. That's my iPhone. But that over there will pretty much show you the actual app and how to navigate through the app to find your local IP, how to type it, and so on. So keep that in mind. Alright, with that being said though, we're gonna go ahead then and for leap motion tracking. Leap motion tracking is great if you want to have more accurate hand tracking. Of course, there's always the common complaint regarding the folly-offy hands for leap motion. Now again, even with webcam hand tracking, you can still get some folly-offy hands. So keep that in mind. It really depends on the mounting of your camera. That is very crucial with hand tracking in general. So if you, again, webcam hand tracking, you have to make sure that it can at least see your torso and at least it sees your hands. It doesn't track your arms. If you're using XR Animator, yes, XR Animator will track your arms. VNyan, however, only tracks just the hands, and same with certain other programs. But, just keep that in mind. Leap motion, same thing. It just tracks your hands, except it's a little bit more accurate due to the training data behind leap motion. So we're going to go ahead and enable that real quickly. And, excuse me one moment because I am like, oh, my nose. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and use leap motion. If you have the leap motion V2, this counts. If you are a stereo user or otherwise known as the IR170 leap motion, this also works for you as well. And then if you have the 3DI or the V1 version of the leap motion, this also applies with using this. If you don't have the actual physical hardware, which costs about more than $90, so the leap motion V1 can cost about $90. Again, you can't really obtain the V1 anymore because the V2 is better than the V1 due to range and the response timing of it, and also Test-chan just died again. But IR170, otherwise known as stereo leap motion, it is good if, let's say for example, I think Test-chan's completely dead. I'm gonna just use an iPhone. It's perfectly fine. Let me go ahead real quickly and just set up the iPhone tracking real quickly. Might as well. Actually, I could just press the number 1. There you go. Wow. Alright. There you go. And there, yes. And, okay, there you go. My eyes are way too sensitive. Let me quickly go ahead and fix that. Technical difficulties, am I right, buddies? There you go. Let me set this to 0 because, there you go. Yeah. Alright. Let's see, iPhone. Ah, that's why. There you go. It was because the setting was activated on accident. Let me go ahead here. Set that real quickly. Sorry, this is not part of the tutorial. This is not part of the tutorial because Test-chan just died midstream because of the webcam. Okay, there you go. Alright, well, I just quickly just showed you how to set up an iPhone. I just literally pressed the number 1 on iFacial mocap, and that's kind of it. Which is kind of nice. I don't have to type out the full local IP. I just press the number 1. Only for iFacial mocap it kind of does that. And it just works. So, anyways, like I mentioned earlier with the webcam tracking, the information applies here. You just adjust it, mess with it however you like. Like if I want more of a head tilt, nod range, and so on, really just depends on your preference. But anyways, back to leap motion though, without my Test-chan dying. So again, it's a matter of how you mount your tracking. Now, on the actual, let's see here, on the actual, like, leap motion app, let me see if I can pull that up for you guys. So that way you guys can see my leap motion program. Now, luckily, there's actually a way to censor the IRL thing, so let me show you guys real quickly. So, leap motion users, I can't find my thing. Okay, I may have to quickly... Let me see if I can quickly show you guys my desktop screen. Just temporarily, let me see. Nope, it doesn't want to show up. Oh, never mind. Alright, so here, you can see how, like, pretty much, I have a setting where it will censor the tracking. So, it's very important that, you know, again, depending on how your camera is set up IRL, you'll have it either set to normal or inverted. And then you can also have it where, again, depending on your tracking solution, you may want to have it desktop, head-mounted, screen top. Screen top is good if you're like, let me actually set this to head-mounted so my hand tracking is accurate. So desktop-mounted is good if you're gonna have your desktop set up like, you know, on a table or something like that, and the camera's facing upward. But if you're head mounted, it's mainly referring to if the camera is on your neck, like it's mounted on the neck, or it's on like a chest or something like that, or it's on your actual like head for VR use. That's what head mounted is for. Screen top is good if the camera is pointing like, it's like above you, facing towards you, like downward, like that. That's what screen top is for, which most VTubers actually don't literally have that set up, unless they're trying to, I guess you could say, kind of copy a webcam sort of solution, I guess. But even then, I personally recommend using a head-mounted solution. So you have, like for me, I commissioned Rilo Knight for, or was it Relo Knight? I don't know how to pronounce her name. Sorry to butcher the name. But I commissioned Relo Knight so I can have a neck mount. You can 3D print a neck mount on Thingiverse, both for the V2 and both for the V1. 3DI, I think you'll have to, I think there is maybe one on Thingiverse. You'll have to check it out yourself if you do 3D printing. So that is how you can be able to get like better webcam, you know, or webcam, leap motion hand tracking, because a lot of people have been wondering, how do I have good hand tracking? And as you can see, again, I can't show you my IRL setup. I don't want to dox myself or anything, so there's that. And also, if you're curious as to how I'm not doxing myself, I go to the settings and I deselect allow images. So if I click on this button, you'll be able to see my entire setup. But again, because I don't want to dox myself, I have it where allow images is turned off. You can, of course, help improve tracking where they're going to use your, you know, if you want for privacy reasons, you could turn it off. OpenXR is mainly for, like, if you're going to do some crazy VR-related stuff. But otherwise, for the most part, if your leap motion is mounted to your neck or your head or something like that, mainly the neck or chest area, or even with a shirt clip, use head mounted. If you are trying to somewhat do a webcam sort of mounting with a leap motion, use screen top, but it's not going to be as good. Or if you are going to have it desktop mount because you don't have a neck mount or something like that, then use desktop mount. But do keep in mind, again, the reason why I use head mounted is so that way I can be able to type, because right here, this is where my keyboard is at, so I can be able to type. I'm using the V2, by the way. So yes, the V1 has limited range. So if you want something that's better in terms of range, the V2 is good. But of course, if you want the best of the best, the 3DI is good because it comes with a heat sink, which is probably good for long-term, you know, stuff. Now, for me, you also may be wondering how I am not experiencing like heat issues with my leap motion. It's because the way that my mounting is set up, it has like a sort of distance between my actual IRL chest and my and like the leap motion itself, because it has like this sort of like hanging thing. On Thingiverse, again, the mount I have is custom made, but on Thingiverse you could probably find one that's like, you know, you could find the mount for a V2, and the back part of the leap motion where it's supposed to be placed should be like covered. So if the leap motion gets too close to your skin, it should cover it so it blocks the heat from interacting. It's very important to keep in mind about how your mounting is, and definitely depending on how your mounting solution, if you're going to mount on your chest, make sure to wear a shirt so you don't get burn marks on your chest, or at least make sure that your actual mount covers the back part of the leap motion, so that way you don't experience any burning issues. Because I remember I had a friend who had the leap motion V1, or I think they still have it, but they have like used a shirt clip, and they mentioned how like the bleed motion on the sides kind of like burns their skin sometimes, and I always have to tell them put a shirt on so you don't burn, and also get a new mount because it's like you're having it too close to your skin. So yeah, so it's very important to keep in mind about your mounting. But either way, though, yes, I recommend, again, I'm using V2, so if you want to get V2 plus also for affordability, you can get that. You can get some pretty good hand tracking, as you can see here, with good mounting, and lighting doesn't matter as much, because it's a depth sensor. You could still use it, you know, you could still have some good lighting, especially, like, if you're a different skin tone. Like, I am tan skin, so I do need a little bit of light to kind of help it detect, like, my skin tone. So, you know, lighting does help with that, so there's that. But either way, though, that should pretty much be it regarding the leap motion stuff. You can mess with the other things if you want, but otherwise this is mainly the one that you want to focus on the most. Let me go ahead and disable the display capture here, turn back to VNyan, so there you go. And we're going to go ahead and set the tracking position based on what you put on leap motion. You're going to set up to accordingly. Now, if you are chest mounted, like if you are like chest mounted or have a neck mount, you're going to use HMD mode A or B. Now you may be wondering what's the difference between A and B. Now according to Suvi, this is pretty much just what was included in the SDK for the Ultra Leap. But from what I've read, the head mount B is mainly good if you're experiencing some certain thumb issues, and it's supposed to sort of be correct. So technically B is supposed to be better, but Superdrill has mentioned that A is technically better, so I guess it just kind of just depends on what's best for you and your thumbs, really. That's mainly the main difference between those two is the thumbs. So, yeah. Besides that, you could use desktop or screen top, but other than that, you can be able to adjust your tracking here. Now, because my hands are very low, I'm going to go ahead and adjust the height a bit, so that way my hands, you know, are set up in a good mounting. So you can adjust the height, make it higher, make it lower, but make it so it's like somewhat a little natural to you. Distance is mainly for back and front, as you can see here. Back, front. So choose one that makes you a little bit more natural. And then there's left and right position if you want to have like a sort of offset, if maybe, you know, depending on your character, maybe depending on your mounting IRL, like there may be some tilting issues that you may have, that this will help you with correcting that offset. And then, of course, hands distance is referring to how far and how close your hands are. So this is good if you want to do the thing where like you touch your fingertips or something like that. So like there you go, something like that. So if you want to do something like this with your tracking a little better, the hand distance will allow you to correct that. Alright, and again, like I said, the webcam hand tracking does have that similar thing too. It's, I believe it was the hand offset X, because Y is up and down, Z is back and front, so it's X. So you'll use X if you want to do something like that, but for webcam users, alright. Scaling, this is mainly if you need to offset, like if your character is really tiny, you may want to make the scale small, but if your character is very giant, you may want to have the scaling to be big for those reasons, but it's still good to have like, you know, correction. But besides that, rotation is good, again, if you need like that offset going on. I don't ever really use this as much, unless maybe like if there's like a, I guess if in an environment sort of thing, sure, I may need to offset the hands, but otherwise not really. So there's that. Hands down speed is good if, you know, pretty much if you want to have it like, if my hands go down, they can either go like super quick or super slow. Really just depends on what you want. Up. Yeah, that's the hands speed down, so you could definitely adjust that. We'll just leave it at about 3, because it's a little bit more natural. And of course, hands up, we may want to, you know, you can decrease the speed a little bit, so that way you have a little bit more natural when your hands are being triggered. Alright. Which is definitely really nice that VNyan has added that. So, and then there's mirror hands, so if you want to have it where your hands are mirrored, you could do that. Do keep in mind, though, that with how the coding behind the mirror hands are, certain graphs, like the arm sway, may experience some issues with the mirror arm, so you may have to adjust it accordingly. So just keep that in mind. And of course, track hands, or track arms is mainly good for Makopi users who want to combine the leap motion with their Makopi device. So that's why that setting exists for Makopi users. Now, besides that though, and pretty much here, this is mainly for advanced users. Like, if you are someone who's using XR Animator, full body capture, I already mentioned XR Animator, or maybe, like, VR full body mocap, or pretty much, maybe you prefer VC face tracking over VNyan for whatever reason. So if you want to take a track, like a motion capture solution, and putting it into VNyan, something that, you know, there's like a tracking solution that VNyan doesn't natively support, then by all means you can utilize VMC to connect tracking from different programs and putting it in here. So keep that in mind. This is a little bit more of advanced territory, as it's sort of a case-to-case basis on the app. But pretty much, though, you know, depending on the app that you plan on using, they should have their VMC setting. If by any chance they don't have a VMC setting, that means they just can't work with, like, mocap sending for VTubing. For example, if you were to use some crazy thing like FaceWare for face tracking, there is no VMC support, and you'll have to kind of figure that one yourself. So keep that in mind. Not every motion capture supports VMC, but a lot of times nowadays they are supporting VMC, so convenience. Just keep an eye out for VMC support if you're gonna buy an external tracking solution. That's all I can really recommend you. Alright, with that being said, all that other stuff, and of course, I've had it, if VMC tracker, this is mainly if you want to do VR prop tracking. I'm not gonna go over it in this stream tutorial, but if you are a VR user, you want to do prop tracking, I already made a tutorial on how to use VR prop tracking in VNyan, which I'm going to show you. VNyan. Let me just send a link for those who are VR users wanting to do VR prop tracking. I go over how to use it for both Slime VR and virtual motion capture, the paid version, so you can check that out for VR prop tracking if you are curious on how to do that. Now, with that being said though, let's actually go over our camera settings, because I should have went over this first, but I didn't. But at least on the bright side though, you should hopefully, if you follow along with this stream, you should have a little bit of some better tracking with your whatever your device is, whether leap motion, webcam, or iPhone tracking. So let's quickly go over some stuff regarding hotkeys in VNyan. Now, of course, I will say this in case you're wondering how I'm fixing up my tracking at times. Do Shift R in order to fix where your tracking is at. This is great to calibrate if your character is looking a bit offsided, or if it's looking to the right too far or something like that. It's to correct your tracking real quickly. So remember that hotkey. In order to move around your camera, or otherwise move around your avatar, even though it's actually the camera we're talking about, pretty much you're going to hold the Alt key on your keyboard and use the scroll wheel on your mouse to zoom in and out. And then, in order to move your move the camera up and down, you're simply going to click on the middle mouse button. Yes, your middle mouse button is clickable, so use that. And you can be able to move around like this. In order to rotate your character around, you're going to do Alt and then left click and hold down and rotate with your mouse, so that way you can, rotate your avatar. And of course, you can spin it however you like, so there's that. Now, in order to do something like this, just hold the control key and right click in order to do something like this. By the way, fun fact, the hotkey reminder is right there in the corner of VNyan. So if you ever get lost as to what the hotkeys are, just look at the bottom left of VNyan. It will literally tell you what the hotkeys are, if, since you're new. So keep in mind, then C button is to reset your camera's position. So it's kind of like how VC Face has it. So there you go. Now, you may be wondering, how do I have it where my camera is defaulted as something like this position here? So in order to make this camera position permanent, you just go to your settings here. You go into, let's see here, I believe it was miscellaneous, and then you're going to click on save current. We're going to go over these settings, very soon, but we gotta go through down the entire settings that VNyan has and go from there. So we got a lot of learning to do. But now, if you've done that, you should be able to press the C button, and now this is your default camera position. So every time you load VNyan, this will be your default camera position. So great. Now, Now that we have that, you should be able to, again, also you could do alt, right click, and drag. So if you want a bit more of a slower, you know, zoom in, you can do that. But yeah, that's pretty much camera controls for your character. Now, let's go ahead and continue on with the settings. Now, so over here on tracking effects, these are ways you can make your tracking a lot more expressive in VNyan. So I'm going to go ahead and disable my leap motion real quickly. And we're going to go ahead then, and we're going to use expressive tilt. Expressive tilt is good if you want to have either live 2D like body rotation, or you just want to have it where your spine just rotates a lot more. And as you can see, you know, it feels a lot more expressive. You can of course change the rotation multiplier to adjust how far your character rotates. And then tilt multiplier is mainly if you want to change like the positive or negative, or like how your spine will be rotating. So the more positive your tilt multiplier is, the more kind of gives like that sort of opposite effect, where if I rotate my head to the right, it'll kind of like, I mean, from this angle it kind of does it left and right. Yeah, something like that. So there's that, but of course if you have it negative, it does something like this, where it's like the spine kind of follows your head a little bit more better, I guess. It's just kind of a matter of preference on what you want for your tracking. So there's that. I'm gonna have it where the tilt multiplier is around this area, and rotation, I'm going to have it maybe like, how's this? Okay. No, I'm actually gonna put it like here. Alright, then I'm also gonna quickly go ahead back to my iPhone tracking and tone down that smoothness, because, oh boy, the smoothness feels a little much. There you go. Well, actually, the jitter removal is just really high. Okay, there you go. There you go. Alright, so back to tracking effects here. Here we're gonna, and also lift multiplier is mainly good if you're going to like, I think if you move up and down, it just kind of like moves your character a bit higher. It's good for like that floaty movement, but I usually prefer having it at 0. But again, this is good for that floaty tracking if you prefer that. Now, as for breathing motion here, this is good if you want to have the breathing animation. What it does, in case anyone is curious, it takes your spine bones and pretty much scales it, or something, you know, it just scales and rotates it to emulate breathing. This is based off of, I believe, was it, actually in the help section, it'll tell you who made it. So here, Niall was in charge of the expressive body tilt, the one who made the original graph. Luna was the one that made the breathing motion, and then Heavy was the one that made the arm sway. So, there's that. Alright. Well, besides that though, you can click on link to heart rate if you plan on doing things like Pulsoid, where you're doing horror streams and you want it to react. You will need a heart monitor for that, which you could probably get for like 20 bucks or something. But otherwise, it's not really necessary to have it, but you can still leave it there if you want. Speed multiplier is good if you want to have the breathing to be a lot more quicker or slower. So having it at a lower value is good for like a more natural breathing. But if you want to hyperventilate, then why not? So there's that. Rotation multiplier is mainly if you want to have it where your character rotates. I can actually pause the tracking and you'll see it a lot better, like how the breathing is supposed to move. So speed makes it, you know, very fast. Rotation just makes the spine like rotate. The lift multiplier is mainly to move your character up and down. Good if you want to like fake that live 2D feel or have a floaty movement to your character. Otherwise, for something more natural, leave it at 0. And then scale multiplier is if you want to have that scale like this. Again, also to emulate live 2D like movements, or if you want to emulate the chest puffing out sort of thing. That's what this will do. I usually recommend having it lower, but again, really just depends on what you want. Now I can go ahead and add my tracking back, like that, and then Shift R to reset my calibration. So, there you go. Now you have breathing for your VNyan avatar. now we're gonna go ahead and add arm sway. So there is, of course, the node version of the arm sway if you want something a bit more advanced, but this allows us to have arm sway a lot more easily without putting too much effort. So we're gonna click on arm sway, and at first, yeah, it's gonna look a little weird, but there you go. You can be able to have arm sway like a live 2D model. So we can, of course, adjust this to, you know, like, to what we want. So Y multiplier is good if you want the movement to be very big, but if you want to tone it down, you can lessen it if you like. So really depends. And then X multiplier, if you're moving left and right, your arms sway, so you may want to reduce it if you like, or increase it if you want more of a floppy movement. So there's that. And there you go. I kind of have to reduce it for Tesh-chan because Tesh-chan, the arms are going a little too crazy, so I have to reduce it. Breathe effect multiplier is mainly a setting where if you want to emulate that live 2D like breathing, where if I were to turn off my character and I increase the breathing effect, this will have it where the arms are going to rotate when you breathe. Again, to fake that live 2D look. There's this one Twitter account that when they do their model showcase, and a lot of people are wondering like, man, how did they move like live 2D models? It's because of this setting, by the way. I won't say who the person's name is, just, you know, just to be respectful. But yeah, that's how you do that fake arm breathing movement for 3D models, kind of like what live 2D models have. It's that setting. So you do need to make sure that this breathing effect multiplier, this breathing here, is enabled as well. So just keep that in mind. Now, shoulder multiplier is good if you want to make your shoulders move a lot more or less. So just kind of depends on what you want.
Manabashu just subscribed.
Oh my god, that just jump scared me. Okay, thanks to the person who subscribed to my YouTube channel. I forgot Lumia was on. But either way, the shoulder multiplier is good if you want to, you know, have more or less of a shoulder movement. I'll probably have this around this area so that way the shoulders isn't too, you know, too crazy. Alright, so let me go ahead and like reduce that a little more. Or maybe make it a little that. Alright. So now that we have that, the arm multiplier is mainly if you want it where your arms are actually moving a lot more. This allows it where the arms will have a heavier rotation, but the less the multiplier is, the more natural your arms will move. This is probably good, again, if you want that natural tracking, but still want a little bit of some arm sway going on. This is pretty much how you can be able to do that. So this is like, again, the issue I was having where Tesh-chan's arms were like going really floppy. That can definitely help, so I can be able to adjust the multiplier a little bit more and then affect the multiplier so that way she can still have some arm sway going on, but not as crazy, at least for her case. So, well then again, also another thing too, the arm angle does affect the placement too. So since I had the arm angle too close to her body, that also explains why the arms were flailing around like crazy. So you may want to also adjust your arm angle if you have the arm sway activated. But otherwise though, there's that. Okay, so then there's hand multiplier if you want it where your hands are either rotating very easily or your hands are not rotating at all. So there's that. Finger multiplier. Now, since this is based off of Hebi and her preference regarding the arm sway, it has it where I think just one finger, I think? Oh, kind of like all the fingers move, but the index finger moves the most because it is based off of Hebi's arm sway. So if you don't want to have that finger arm sway, or the finger sway, just make the multiplier 0. But if you prefer that, like that slight finger arm, you know, that finger sway, you could leave it at a higher value and do that. Alrighty then, so let me go ahead and set this to 70. There you go. And you should be able to have, you know, live 2D like arm sway from that. So, you know, there you go. You can now be able to easily have arm sway, breathing, and expressive body tilt. So that way your tracking can be a lot more expressive. Yay! Alright then. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into graphics here. So here, give me 1 second. Alright, so over here, graphics. This is where we can be able to adjust the quality of how our character is rendered, or just the general, like, VNyan UI and stuff. So this could be really nice. So what we're gonna do, or this is mainly just anything graphics related. So window size is good. Let's say, for example, if you need to increase the resolution of VNyan, you can increase it here to something bigger. Or if you may want to have VNyan at a smaller window size, you can set it here. So you just type the numbers out, set window size, and you can be able to set up the window size accordingly. I don't want to mess with the stream's quality, so I'm not going to really mess with this too much. But if you need, let's say, for example, a TikTok resolution, or maybe you want an Instagram resolution if you do Instagram Reels or something like that, or maybe even just, you know, you want to have like 720p or something like that, you can adjust the window size there and correct it. So, like, instead of like dragging the window corners to what you exactly want, you could just have it exactly the resolution that you need. Graphics settings, anti-alias is set to 2x, but pretty much this is mainly good if you want to keep it optimized. Anti-aliasing affects how the outlines look like on your character, or like the, not outlines, but just more of like how smooth your character's visuals are. So I will have to like zoom in just to kind of like show you guys like the anti-aliasing. So maybe you might notice it, maybe not. But pretty much, you just have to increase the value. It should kind of help make it like a sharper look. So 2x is good for that slightly blurred look, to 4x a little bit in between, and then 8x kind of makes it sharper. It's kind of hard to tell with how VNyan handles the anti-aliasing, so I kind of don't really notice it as much. It's very much a subtle effect. But again, if you want to have like the best anti-aliasing and best sharpness for your character, leave it at 8x. But again, just keep in mind of your PC's specs, so it doesn't like be over, you know, it doesn't crash your PC or something like that if you're a potato. Now, improved anti-aliasing is good if you want to make sure, like, again, you have good anti-aliasing, so you can leave that on if you like. Limit FPS is good if you want to limit the FPS. So if you want something where you have that limited FPS look, especially if, I guess if you want to look like as if you're animated by twos, even though it's not really animated by twos though, animated by twos is a whole different thing. But even then, for real-time VTubing, if you want to sort of emulate that effect, you could leave it at 30. If you want the most smoothest, the smoothest look you can get, 60 FPS, or if you're really crazy, you could set it to 120. But honestly though, I recommend just no more than 60, because you really don't need to have like the highest FPS for your character, because it does use a lot more specs, and also you may end up hurting your audience's eyes due to the crazy smoothness. So be good regarding the balance of smoothness. Now, UI scaling. If you're someone who has a, like for me, for example, I want to have these buttons kind of big due to my eyes, so I tend to usually have it where actually no, this is actually how I set up my stuff. So you can set the UI scaling to be a bit bigger if, you know, you want to see things a bit better, which I definitely recommend that. You can set to be a bigger number, especially depending on your monitor, but I try to go like 125 is probably my good balance. And then you can, of course, change the theme. So if by any chance you don't want to have a dark, you know, the default pink, you can, of course, change it to, like, dark gray. You could change it to human rights, which you should definitely know what this is in reference to. And it's actually really cute. I love this. And then there is Light Meow. And then there is Light Studio. I don't know what Light Studio is based off of, but hey, it's nice colors. So you can kind of choose what you prefer. I'm gonna go ahead actually, and we're going to stick with the dark pink, because, you know, the dark pink is nice and it's kind of like nice for my eyes. But again, if you do want to make your own VNyan UI, because I can go with the dark blue or the blue theme I have. So if you want to know how to have a custom UI color for VNyan, which it can be really fun to mess with, then there is this tutorial I have, VNyan UI color. I have this tutorial here. I'm going to link it to you guys on how to change the colors of the VNyan UI colors. I have this tutorial that goes over how to change the UI colors of VNyan. So if you want something a little bit more customizable, so, you know, it feels like as if it's your own program, you can definitely check out that tutorial I just sent, and you can definitely learn how to do that. You can, of course, disable show hotkey help if you want. Do note that when you do send your, when you have your VTuber on OBS, it's not going to have the text be shown, so don't worry about it. But again, if it kind of gets annoying too and you know how to use VNyan, you can leave it, you can turn it off. But I'm going to leave it on in case anybody who just came to stream needs to take a look at that. So, yeah. Spout 2 is how we're able to have our VTuber avatars on OBS. So, oh wait, you know how like we all have the UI? Like I'm showing you the UI, and whenever I'm on stream, I tend to always say I have to adjust my settings, and you never see the settings pop up on stream. That's because I'm using Spout in order to hide that. So, I'm gonna go ahead real quickly, Spout OBS. You do need to have a plugin to use Spout for OBS though. So you do need to download this. And once you have this downloaded, you should be able. Is this like? This was in 2003, so I'll send you the direct link. So make sure if you've never used Spout before, download this link here. I sent in chat. That one is a download to the Spout plugin for OBS. This is how you can be able to send your VTuber, your VTuber avatar to OBS, if that makes sense. You need that plugin, alright? But you can just leave the name as default, or you can, I guess you can change it to test Spout or the name of your character in Spout, but I will leave it to VNyan Spout just for the heck of it. NDI is mainly good if you want to use, if you want to send VNyan to like multi-V, if you want to collaborate with transparent backgrounds, although the latency on multi-V is pretty bad, and I don't see any updates happening with multi-V though, so there's that. But otherwise, NDI is definitely good. Also, if you're someone who has multiple PCs, and let's say, for example, you have one PC and you want to send, let's say, like, you have a PC, and I think it's, like, let's say, like a streaming PC, and you want to send that, the VTuber avatar from your streaming PC over to your gaming PC for streaming or something like, I don't know, just some example, then pretty much you can utilize NDI to send your capture from your one PC to another. Now, I don't have two PCs, so I can't make a tutorial on that, sadly, but that is what most people tend to utilize. If you want to put your character from one PC to another, it's NDI that does that work. And it's pretty strong too, so keep that in mind. But I recommend Spout for your main, your main sending for when you're sending your character to OBS. But if you're having multiple PCs involved or for multi-V purposes, NDI. Of course, also for OBS, you do need to download the NDI plugin as well. There's that, NDI. So I'm gonna go ahead and send this link here. So this link here is on how to download NDI for OBS. So you can download that plugin if you want. But otherwise, though, again, I don't really use NDI as often unless it's for multi-V for my friends. So keep that in mind. Now, virtual webcam. This is good if you plan on doing Skype calls or Discord calls, or you're on like any social media platform and you just want to like hold up my nose. You want to show other VTubers your beautiful avatar, and you want to show it off on Discord or something like that. So in order to have your character be shown to all of your buddies, then or even for collaborating, like if you don't use multi-V and use something like Video Ninja, then you can use the virtual web camera to do that. Do make sure to install the virtual camera. I think I forgot to make a tutorial on this part, actually. I think, but I'll show you here how to use it. You just install it here, click the yes. It's just the same installation as VC Face, so pretty much you can click on use virtual camera once you install it. If you have issues installing the virtual camera, again, please join the VNyan Discord server. I will send the link here. I call it I'm getting too used to calling it the VNyan Discord server, even though it's just Suvi's Discord server, but I guess you can see it as the VNyan Discord server. But join that Discord server if you happen to have issues installing the virtual camera and need some further assistance from the dev regarding installation. But otherwise, though, you should be able to install it, click on use virtual camera, and you can be able to mirror the image. I recommend leave this alone if you're going to do Discord, but other platforms you may want to have it mirrored depending on your preference. And then you can load a background image. So if I want to have, let's say, my polka dot background, I click on load image. You won't be able to see it in VNyan itself, but when you're actually in like the Discord call and you activate the the virtual cameras, then you can be able to see it, preview it there, and you can change the background however you want. And no matter like where your character rotates, the background will always be there for the virtual camera. So there's that. So that's how you can be able to, you know, look extra pretty for your friends on Discord. But of course, if you want to get rid of the background image, just click on the clear button and bada bing bada boom. Alright. Now, audio. Audio is mainly good if, let's say, for your redeemed, like if confetti or something like that happens, you may want to have it where the volume, the master volume that controls these two, is not too loud. This also affects, like, let's say if you're using the sound nodes or any, like, sound alerts within, like, you prepared it in VNyan or sound effects, you may want to reduce your master volume so it's not too loud, because I'll tell you, the bonk volume can be pretty loud. So you may want to reduce the master volume and then adjust your settings accordingly. Alright, with that being said, there's also audio link. Now, audio link is a bit more of an advanced setting. You will need to make sure to have an audio link supported character or model. So you can use something like Poyomi or Liltoon audio link in their settings, and you can be able to use, you know, if you're gonna use Poyomi or Liltoon, as long as you have them activated and set up, you can be able to use it to activate your audio link. And you can do things like, if you were to talk, then it can change the color of your hair or something like that. But that gets into more advanced territory. So you can look up my VSF avatar tutorial, which I have made a tutorial on how to make a VSF avatar model. So let me see if I can pull up the video here for you guys. So here, if you want to learn how to do VSF avatar, now the tutorial is kind of old, but the information is still pretty relevant. So you can check out this tutorial to learn how to make a VSF avatar, add custom shaders, which is pretty simple. But since a lot of people actually have been asking me on how to make the add custom shaders, then yeah, eventually I will have to make a tutorial on how to slap a Poyomi on your model and export as a VSF avatar and other model formats. So either way though, that's how you can do audio link stuff. There's also lip sync. So if you're someone who really wants to have microphone lip sync, this is where you can be able to activate. Now, I don't want to really break my lip sync pretty much, but you can pretty much select any of your audio here. You can make the gain where it'll make your lip sync a lot more bigger, and then the smoothness if you want to make it more smoother or more snappier. The settings are quite limited regarding the lip sync though, but you can still be able to utilize it if you want to make sure that, you know, especially if your blend shapes are quite small or stiff, then by all means you can use it to like make your mouse tracking a lot more expressive. It's also good if you're someone who mumbles a lot, like, because for me, whenever I do my face tracking, I tend to emphasize my mouth a lot IRL, but I know that there's some people who don't want to put the effort into it, or they just mumble. So if you mumble, you could have the lip sync, and it can help you with like enhancing how big your mouth is, while you can still be able to mumble or speak in a lower tone, or not move your mouth as much. So there's that. Miscellaneous. So miscellaneous, you can, in case by any chance you have some saving issues going on with VNyan, you can click on the save settings and graphs button here. This will allow you to kind of force save in case by any chance you lose your graphs and settings. Then the assets here, this is good if, let's say, you're messing with the SDK and you're loading assets. Let's say like you load assets like, you know, VNyan props to VNyan, and let's say you updated one of the props and stuff, and you don't want to close VNyan every time you update a certain asset or model. You can click on reload items and it will like reload the stuff for you. I think it's mainly just regarding the VNyan props and anything that's related to like the VNyan SDK stuff, pretty much, I believe. Alright, so now we have the camera settings here. Focal length is good if you want to have, so the higher the number, the more flat you look if you want to have that live 2D or just flat look. But the lower the FOV, the more close up you can get. So this is kind of good, I guess, for like some memes or something like that, or if you want something where you're like, hey, how you doing, or something like that, then, you know, you can have that. But otherwise, I usually just have it pretty flat for the most part. So there's that. Or you could just leave it at the default 60 if you prefer. So there's that. Also, hello, Tobias. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. We're doing a tutorial stream. So right now, everyone, again, take your books out, take your notes out. We are learning about VNyan and showcasing this. Of course, probably when we get into the node graphs, I'll probably switch over to my avatar so that way, like, cause why not? I kind of want to be back to Kana again, but either way. So here, we have the camera slots. I've made a tutorial regarding how to do the camera stuff, but I'll show you here anyways. So 0, as I mentioned before, once you pretty much close that window, you should be able to have it where your character, when you press the C button, this will be your default camera. Now, I may also want to adjust it because I changed the FOV, so I'm going to quickly adjust that. Go to settings, and then for 0, I'm going to save current as this will be my default camera. Now, in order for me to be able to make different camera angles, I'm going to go ahead and select this button here, select 1, and then I'm going to position my character using the Alt and then mouse controls to be able to control like where my character is at. Let's say at the bottom right corner. So instead of having to rescale my character in OBS, I could just change the camera angle to make it more convenient for myself. So I'm going to go to cam 1 and then save current. You can also have the name different, like you could save this as main overlay, and you can save as current. You can also have as default like that. So you can be able to have different camera angles, so that way, like, maybe, like, again, for different overlays, or maybe if you want to do some environment toggles and stuff, and you want the camera to be at a different place, then you can do that. Also, the FOV does save with it too, so if you're in, like, an environment and you need the FOV to be different, there's that, don't worry, so there's that. So, camera 2, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna name this, I don't know, side cam or something like that, save current, and there you go. I should be able to click on 0, load position, 1, load position, and 2, load position, and I can be able to change the camera. I'll go over the camera hotkeys when we get into the node graph stuff, but for now, that's just how you can be able to utilize the camera settings. Now, position settings, this is good if you, let's say, for example, let me actually put my character back to normal. This is good if by any chance you want to change where your character is located. This is good for environment related stuff, so you can go ahead and click on move or rotate, and you'll be able to have different slots for the position. Now I'm going to go ahead and select on position 1 since I want to leave the default alone. And then what we're going to do is we can have it where we can move the arrow keys like so, depending on like our environments, we can have it like, we can tell, this is where we can actually move our avatar from a different place. We can also even rotate it as well, so that way, you know, again, for environment stuff, you can be able to do that, alright? And then I can name this, let's say, coffee stand or something like that, I don't know, just an example. So you can save current, and that way, if I do default load position, I'm back to my center. But if I do like coffee stand and then load position, I can be able to have it where my character is in a different place. So again, very good for environment related stuff if you like. Again, you can use either camera solely or just position solely or both. It kind of really depends on what you want to accomplish with VNyan, but I recommend definitely utilizing both depending on your scenery and stuff. So, yay! Spring-boned wind settings. Now, if by any chance you're a VSF avatar user and you use magical cloth or dynamic bones, this does not work for you. This is only exclusive to VRM spring bones. Keep that in mind. But pretty much though, this is good if you want to have some wind setting going. Oh my god. You want to have like wind settings going on in your hair or something like that. So if you want to like, you know, show chat that, hey, I am in the meadow, or I am in the forest or something, or hey, I'm in front of a giant fan, that, or I guess, you know, if you just want to have that realistic touch to your avatar, then you can add some spring. You can of course have it where, you know, by default it'll ignore chest bones, but if you enable this, it will affect the chest bones. So, just keep that in mind regarding that, but otherwise, you know, you can change it to different directions if you like. So if you want to have that, oh my god, if you want to have, if you want to have it where your hair is kind of floaty, like this or something like that, then yeah, again, go wild with whoever you want, I guess. Just a matter of like preference, really. I'm gonna go ahead and set this to the right, actually, and just set it to be a little less, so that we have at least some hair swing going on. All right, now that we have that, WebSockets. WebSockets is a bit more of advanced territory. This is mainly good if you're a streamer bot or mix it up user or Sammy user even. This is definitely really good to use if you're going to use those applications. Otherwise, if you are starting off with Vtuber, you don't need to have it on. Although I probably would recommend it just for the future case. You may want to have it on. Also, if you are a Stream Deck user, you definitely need to have this on. Which again, when we get into the node graph stuff, I will go over how Stream Deck users can use Stream Deck. Alright, so either way though, for WebSockets, I recommend just leave it on, honestly, just for the sake of your sanity. OSE is mainly good if you want to take, let's say, for example, like you can have maybe certain tracking solutions that are OSE only and probably put it into VNyan. Now keep in mind though, with how OSE can be, not every OSE solution will work. You'll have to definitely talk to Suvi regarding that. There is even the question mark here that'll tell you the addresses, by the way, so definitely reference this if you want to make sure a certain OSE program is reading, is having to read VNyan, so keep that in mind. But otherwise, this is mostly used if you're using VTS Pog, if you want to have a virtual pet with you or something like that. We won't be going over VTS Pog in the stream, as it will become its own tutorial whenever I can. So just keep that in mind, that OSE is primarily used for VTS Pog related stuff. Now, with that being said, we are going to go ahead and go to the last part of the miscellaneous before we go over the other stuff. Now, accumulate blend shapes is mainly really, this is kind of if you want your blend shapes to add on top of each other, you want it to mix a little more, you can have the blend shapes kind of mix each other, but otherwise you, I guess this is mainly good for the tracking. This is a setting that VC Face had, where you can have the option to either have your blend shapes go over their range, or you can have it where the blend shapes will or you have the blend shape where they're either they add to each other, or they're maxing on their values. I guess it's really just a matter of preference on your tracking, so you just mess with your tracking and see if it's to your liking, really. Yeah, so I pretty much just leave this, I think I leave this on in my setup, but usually I don't really see much of a difference, but it really depends on what you do with your tracking, really, so, yeah. Now, let me actually also enable my leap motion, by the way. Let me see if the leap motion is going to be fine with the arm sway. Nope, yep, the arm sway is fine with the leap motion. Alright, so here we'll have, there is the don't update avatars when off. This requires model reload. This is mainly for optimization reasons. So when, let's say for example, I'm only upper body and I want to optimize my VNyan or something like that, you can enable this to kind of make it just render, it just puts less rendering power into your PC. But again, it's just a matter of if you're a potato PC or you need that extra, if you want to save your processing power, but you can use a setting or not, really just depends. Allow third-party mods and plugins. This does require a restart. This is mainly good if you plan on using something what was their name again? The one who made the light plugin, the screen plugin for VNyan for the lighting stuff. If you're gonna use a plugin for that, for example, you are gonna be needing this activated. Or if you're somebody who wants to look into custom coding for VNyan, you'll definitely need to have this enabled. But this gets into more advanced territory, which this tutorial won't be going over about, so keep that in mind. But you can get more information regarding the custom coding stuff in the in Superdrill's Discord server, so there's that. Cache VSF avatars for fast reload. This is mainly good, again, if you're gonna switch, like, between VSF avatars or something like that. It makes the VSF avatar models load, or, like, reload quicker or something like that. So, you can have that on if you really want that. We'll leave that alone for now. And then, because we're on YouTube, we're hiding this thing. I am not talking about it. If you have questions on being nasty, go to Suvadrill for that sort of thing. I am not covering that topic. Sorry YouTube. Sorry VTubers. Kana refuses to cover whatever the heck this is. Gomene. Lo siento, I'm sorry. Anywho, though. Twitch! Alright, so anyways. Twitch, here, this is actually this is actually quite a convenient setting, by the way. Let's say, for example, maybe you don't want to add, let's say, for example, you don't want to go to Twitch, right? You don't want to type out twitch.com or something like that and have it where you have to manually input your, you know, you have to manually input the channel point redeem and stuff. Like, it feels too daunting, honestly. Or maybe you want to have an ability where, let's say, you have a channel point redeem where it's kind of like what StreamerBot does, or what Mixup can do. But let's say, like, you want to have a channel point redeem where, let's say, I have the confetti redeem. It costs 500 points. But I also have this other redeem called cheap confetti. So what cheap confetti will do is that if somebody redeems this redeem, it will make the confetti channel point from 500 points to 1 point. And then after, you know, a certain amount of time, it will change it back from 1 point to 500 points. This system will allow you to do that crazy stuff, or just save the convenience of making your channel point redeems by going to twitch.com and so on. So in order to make a redeem, first of all, you need to connect your Twitch on the top left corner up there. So I'm going to go ahead and click on login to Twitch. I'm going to have my browser pop up. Y'all ain't going to see this. And I'm going to go ahead and give VNyan my blessing to use my Twitch account. So there you go. Connected. If you don't have a Twitch account, well, you better make one right now if you can. Otherwise, you could also make utilize YouTube, which there is a YouTube setting here, or even signing to Kick or something like that. Well, YouTube actually, we'll go over the YouTube one in a little bit, because the YouTube one's a little special, actually. So Twitch here, you can be able to add a redeem. Oh yeah, that's right. I hit the max amount of redeems on my channel. Oops. But you know what? Okay, because I can't be able to demonstrate this, let me just send you a tutorial that goes over this in depth, by the way. Twitch redeems, because I already have the max amount of channel points in my Twitch channel already, so it's not gonna let me do that. So I will just go ahead, send you guys this link. This tutorial will go over how to use this setting, because I already have the max amount. Oopsies. But that's alright. There's that. Now, with that being said, though, you can use that, but otherwise you can still stick to the normal method of just manually inputting the channel point in your Twitch. That's perfectly fine. Now, YouTube, though, in order to connect your YouTube channel, though, pretty much you need to put in the channel ID or the live videos ID. So, for my case, let's say, you know, because we are on YouTube, let's go ahead, I'm gonna yoink the ending of this stream's link. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste the link here. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this first part of the URL and get rid of this ending here. And then I'll click on YouTube login and it should connect to YouTube like that. That's how you'll be able to connect YouTube to VNyan, or you can just use your channel's ID in YouTube Studio. If you have a custom URL, then you'll have to go to your YouTube Studio, get the channel ID there, and then paste it, see if that works. But in my experience, I was unable to get the channel ID working for some reason, so you can use the individual live video as a way to make it work with YouTube users. That's how you can be able to do that. But otherwise, though, do keep in mind that once the stream's over, you won't be able to reuse the same, like, ID for the live video that is, so just keep that in mind. Now, for Kick users, you pretty much just have to input your username, however it is. So you just input your username, you just click on Kick Login, and then it will connect to your Kick. Now, again, we'll quickly go over each of these: YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So depending on your social media platform, there's that. Now, again, keep in mind though, there may be some maybe in the future, depending, there may be some other social media platforms that will maybe implemented to VNyan. But honestly, based on what I've heard, it's mainly gonna only just be these platforms that will be supported for VNyan. So keep that in mind. Now, with that being said though, once you have your tracking set up, your graphics, your audio, and your stuff ready, and even for Twitch, you can either set up your redeems here or on the actual Twitch website itself. Pretty much, you should be done with the settings here. Congratulations. You guys are doing a really good job. I am very proud of you for getting this far. Now, before we continue on with approaching the node graphs, does anybody have any question at all on VNyan? Does any, like, from the stuff that we just went over for the past 2 hours, do anyone have questions? I will leave the space for questionnaires, and I'm gonna go ahead and switch my avatar to my lovely well, it's not my main one. This is actually slightly outdated, but I'm gonna just switch avatars because, you know, I just wanna be Kana again. Hi, hello everyone. Hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, my lighting's a little bit jank on my model, but that's perfectly fine, no worries. Let me go ahead and adjust the camera so that way I can be able to, let's see, miscellaneous, here, save current, there you go, hi. Alright, so, with that, let me go ahead, thanks for the stream. No, we're not done! That's the thing, we're not done! We're not done, okay? We got a lot more to go through. And all y'all got more studying, so I'm gonna still keep going through. That's why I also started the stream early, because there's gonna be a lot of information to cover. Again, we're going over these other things as well. Again, this is like an ultimate guide. Never mind. It's alright. Again, this is gonna be a lot of information for you guys. I want to make sure that you guys understand on how to use VNyan completely for beginners. Again, there'll still be some advanced stuff I won't be talking about, but there is still a lot of stuff to go over in regarding to utilizing VNyan, and I'm just covering as much as I can this current version of VNyan. So, any questions, let me know. Let me quickly drink this water, and after that, if there's no questions, we're gonna go over quickly these other things before we get into the node graph, which I'm going to be showing you guys on how to make certain redeems from scratch. Yay! Alright, so let me drink. Alright. Woo! There you go. Sorry about that. Alright. 2 hours of non-talking. When should I toggle use eye bones on? Okay, so if you want to have eye bones, the only best use case for eye bones is if you are a void model with Hana tool blend shape, because Hana tool does not give you actual like iris movement via blend shapes. You need to use eye bones for void models with Hana tool. Another use case is for realistic models. If your model happens to be on the realistic side of things in terms of style, and it utilizes the sphere eyes, like the sphere realistic eyes, that is another use case of using the eye bones. Now, for me personally, with my model, I personally use eye blend shapes actually, just out of preference. So for my case, I use blend shape because I have a little bit more control as to where my eyes should move, especially with how big my eyes are. So that's my use case of blend shape eyes, but it's just really a matter of preference, whether you prefer eye bones or eye blend shapes. So really just a matter of preference there. Let me also go ahead then and adjust the settings. Let's see here, tracking layers. Let me scroll down to the leap motion, and I'm gonna go ahead and adjust my tracking a little bit more here. Maybe the distance could be a little bit further, and then hand distance could be a little closer. There you go. Alright, so there you go, we have that. Let me just reduce that a little more. There you go. Alright, so there we have it. Now we're going to be going over The next things. So if you guys, again, happen to have any questions regarding VNyan, again, ask in the chat, but otherwise I'm going to keep going on covering these other things on top, alright? So, let's talk about lighting. This should be very quick. These are mainly like quick settings before we get into the nodes, which will take a while to explain. So, regarding the lights. Lights are very good if, especially like, now for my case, the lighting doesn't really affect my model that much just due to how like my setup is, but for other models the lighting can be really useful. Let's say maybe if you're gonna have like or it still kind of affects my model, but it can sometimes be weird, but either way, like for my model you can be able to have it where it's like all purple and pink and red and then other colors if you like, you know, if you want, like let's say like for an environment or something like that, you may want to have like orange lighting or something like that, then by all means there's that. Or if you prefer to be in like the dark or something like that, hey guys, my eyes are glowing, so you can be able to affect the like colors here. You can change the intensity, but for my model, when the intensity gets higher, it doesn't show a difference due to how I set up Lil Tune on this model. But for other models, you may experience like really big brightness, so keep that in mind. Or if you use standard shaded, you'll definitely notice. You can also have the lighting affect the world if you want or not. And then shadows are definitely good if you want to have like some shadows, or you can utilize contact shadows as a way if you want to have like automatic casting shadows for your character. This is definitely recommended if you want the extra detail. For my case, because again, due to how I set up Lil Tune, I sadly, this does not work on me, sadly. And that's just kind of how it is. Rest in pineapples. It's alright, but I think maybe if I load Teschan real quickly, let me see, or maybe if I load my model, let me see if I load my model, if it will show you guys the context shadows, because I do have a lot more like shadow casting stuff. So let me see if this is gonna work out. It's gonna take a while because VRM takes some time. There you go. Okay, that's my VRM version. Let me see if the context shadows are gonna work. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. There you go. There you go. The casting shadows have been activated and I look very ridiculous. But don't worry, I can fix that. Just click on this button, set the directional light from the camera. So based on your camera, oh, actually this does look kind of nice. So pretty much the set direction from camera, it's based off of like where your the camera direction is at. I will say yeah, when you rotate your camera you may know some weird derpy shadows, so just keep that in mind. But otherwise it's still good if you want to have like that casting shadows going on. It's really sharp too, so that's how you can be able to activate casting shadows for VNyan. But for my case, I'm probably going to go ahead and disable that and just load back my VSF avatar model. So there you go. Alright. Now, ambient light. This is mainly just another light source pretty much. This is mainly good if you're going to use standard shader or something like that. But otherwise, it does not affect my model really. It's just kind of like if you want extra brightness and stuff for the most part. So there's that. And then you can have display light on or off. This is mainly good if, like, let's say you want your, your monitor screen, depending on the colors that appear on your monitor, like for a horror game or something like that, you can be able to have it where it kind of replicates that lighting from, like, an IRL screen to your character. So it kind of, like, projects the screen colors to your character, if that makes sense. It doesn't really work that well though, which is why there's a light plugin that somebody made for VNyan. You can check out in in Superdrill's Discord server regarding that. I have not gotten it to work because it just came off a little complicated for me, but the quality does look gorgeous though, so you can check that plugin if you like. But otherwise, you know, there's that for like a simple solution, but it's not really as effective. Now, besides that though, that's quickly elaborating lighting. Effects! Woohoo! Okay, so quick effects though. Here we can talk about the bloom. So if you want to have a nice little bloom effect or something like that, you can be able to adjust the settings accordingly to have, well, a bloom. Let's just be a little careful about this. I don't want to hurt anyone's eyes. But here we can adjust the intensity. So you start off with setting up the color of your bloom to whatever color you want. Then you set up the color intensity. I recommend leave it a very low value. Otherwise, you're gonna... we don't want to blind anybody. So, you know, there's that. We can also set up the threshold if you want to, like, adjust how... just if you want like more fine-tuned control, like let's say for example I want to make my eyes a little bit more glowier, like it kind of helps with that. So there's that. And then diffusion is if you want it to be more more like just kind of like that sort of like aura of the light or something like that. It just kind of like spreads the light, if that makes sense. So you can just adjust it according to what you prefer. And you can have a nice bloom. You can even add a little bit of color too as well. So I can add like a nice little a dark blue or something like that. You know, something a little cool color. And then I can have a okay, and then like that. Okay, there you go. Wow. All right. So then color grading. You can be able to adjust the colors of your character here. It is kind of, again, very sensitive of settings, so be very careful when adjusting these. But you can be able to, you know, mess with it. So temperature is warm or cold, tint is orange or red, or like pinkish red to green if you want that. You can then, of course, edit the hue if you want like a rainbow. Oh my god, help. And then there is saturation, so if you want to have a more like saturate colors or black and white, there's that. And then there's brightness if you need your character bright or non-existent. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and set that to 0. Contrast, you know, does whatever this is, so there's that. And there you go, that's how the color grading is. Then we have ambient occlusion. This is mainly good. Yeah, it's mainly good if you want to have some extra shadows. Some models may actually end up looking really good with ambient occlusion, but for anime models, not really recommended, but good for realism or just having that extra shadowy look to it. So there's that, and then there's even the thickness modifier to make them darker, so yeah. But there's that, and then there's lens distortion. This is where things can get a little funny. Sometimes I kind of mess up on this, honestly. Oh yeah, that's right. Intensity. Oh. So set the intensity to whatever you want. Oh my god. Hi. Yeah, so that's how you can be able to do this sort of lens distortion. Make the intensity high up, then set the X multiplier and Y. Oh my god. Hi. So there's that, and then you can have the center, which like offsets it pretty much. But otherwise, though, yeah, just really a matter of what you want, and I'll just go ahead and deactivate that. Oh yeah, also that's right. There's the distortion scale if you want to just make it like zoomed in. Hi. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. Okay. Anyways, though. Chromatic aberration. This kind of gives, well, a sort of chromatic look, pretty much. Kind of looks like whatever's happening to my wing. Some horror games tend to have that, or certain styles may actually look pretty nice with it. It's usually best to keep it on the light side of things, honestly, if you really want it. Like, there's a little bit on my Halo, so yeah. So try not to have it too much with chromatic aberration, so there's that. Grain is good if you want to have like that sort of noisy look to your character. Now, I already have a noise filter because of it's a screen space shader, so that's how I'm able to get the noise filter on my character. But there is also the post-processing noise filter, and you can make the grain big or small, or make it like smaller or something like that, and or the luminance, and then you can set it to be like colored or something. This is good if you want to have like that, like a TV redeem for your VTuber avatar or something like that. So this is really nice. And then there's analog glitch, which is cool if you want to have a TV sort of look to your character. So there you go. Okay, be careful with the eyes. But there's that, and then there's a shake. Yeah, this could be good for like a transition redeem or something like that for some people. But also, again, just be very mindful regarding the eyes. So, yeah. But otherwise, though, it's a little cool, fun effect if you're trying to get like that TV effect going on in VNyan. So there's that. Digital glitch is nice if you want to have a digital glitch, and then binary is good if you want to have that sort of like 8-bit sort of style going on. So I can make this brighter, set this to green or something like that. And let's see, 2-bit. That. Maybe like this. Maybe make it a little lighter. There you go. Oh, never mind. Too much. Too much. Alright. So yeah, so you can have it something like this. Hey, look, I got a little binary look or something like that. Kind of look like a Tomogachi sort of thing or something like that. So you can have like a cool effect like this, thanks to this. And this can actually become redeemed. Yes, these effects can become redeemed. I will be showing you how to do that in a little bit, but we still got a lot more things to go through. So, but for now, you can at least set up your primary main effect that you want it to, your primary main, like, post-processing effect that you want to have as your main for your character. Other than that, though, we now have colliders. This is important for us so that way our redeems are working properly. So, we'll start off with avatar colliders, and then probably after I go over the expressions, I may have a quick break time because I've been sitting on this chair for quite a while. But real quickly, I will talk about this. And so here on Avatar Colliders, we can go, we can be able to change the offset of the head collider. This is important, so that way your redeems can act perfectly fine in regards to, like, it acts properly in regards to, like, when something hits your character or something like that. So keep that in mind. You can even have it, affected to the torso. Oh, there you go. To the torso, so that way when it hits the body or to spine, there's that. You can even adjust the offset if you prefer, so it's up or down. And then you can also disable that. Mouse collider separate. This is mainly for the food redeem. You'll have to make sure to adjust the depth or the height here, so that way you can be able to have a food redeem going on for your character. Awa. And then you can adjust the size according to what you like preference, really. So there's that. Then, of course, when a food spawns, which actually, real quickly, let me just go ahead and spawn a node here. Let's see here, channel point, just real quickly. Let's say, for example, a freaking avocado on my right hand or something like that. Let's say we have an avocado. So here, we can be able to adjust the position, whether we want to adjust it the x-axis, like so, or moving like this, up and down, like so, or the position Z, which is kind of like that. This is kind of a little backwards for this little avocado. So rest in pineapples, pour avocado was how I exported this. Rest in pineapples. But you can, of course, rotate. This allows you to pretty much just adjust how the food is gonna be, especially if it's like on the wrong angle of your character. So there's that. Otherwise, though, you can do it to the left side, but that's how you can be able to adjust it. And then you just, with hand tracking, put the food to your mouth, and it just disappears like that. So, yay! Now, with that being said, though, that's pretty much how you can be able to set up the colliders. Also, remember to please turn off all the colliders before leaving the menu. Otherwise, you're gonna... those colliders will actually be seen in Spout, so you don't want it to be accidentally showed on stream or something like that. So, expressions. Now, you may be thinking, oh, is this how we set up our hotkey? No, this is not how you set up your hotkeys. This is how you set up your blend shape condition. There's a difference. Hotkeys are set up on the node graphs. This is how you pretty much replicate VC Face's expression detection, where if you do a face IRL, like if I were to smile, then the character will have a more emphasized smile or something like that, just like VC Face expression detection. That's what this does. This can also be very good if, let's say, you want to do tracking correction. So for example, if I were to smile, let's say I want my character's star, or no. let's say, for example, if I widen my eyes or something like that, and let's say I forgot to set up the small pupil blend shape for my avatar. Wait. Oh, no, that's a very bad example. So, let's say, for example, I have my mouth open really wide or something like that. And I want it where if I'm doing, like, I don't know, if I'm smiling, there's, like, clipping issues. You can use this to kind of do correction stuff, mainly. It can get really complex. That's all I can say. It can get really complicated, but, you know, it's let me just try and break this down for you. Blend shape conditions is when, let's say, your AR kit blend shapes, right? If your AR kit blend shapes hit a value range, right? There's a value range that needs to be hit before something gets triggered in the output values. So what this is saying is that if mouth smile left, mouth smile right, and jaw open, all three of them, meet these conditions, the range between 80 and 100, and jaw open is for, 10 to 100. So if I close my eyes IRL and open my mouth, or something like that, then pretty much if this, if VNyan detects this, it's going to activate the joy expression, and it'll also disable these other air kit blend shapes here as well, just to prevent clipping issues. But otherwise, it will trigger the joy value. This is what this will do. Same thing with smile here. If jaw open is like open and you're smiling or something like that, it will trigger the fun. I'm not sure why it's not working on my model, or something like that, but it will trigger the value. So if you're wondering how to set up your expression, that's just how you do it here. Then there's sad for frown, and then surprise. This is how you'll be able to trigger your expressions. And this is also, again, good. Let's say, for example, for your joy expression, if your joy expression is triggered, but when you're blinking, the eyes are clipping or something like that, you can be able to set this up where when that blend shape is triggered, that the eye blend shapes don't clip or something like that. I made a tutorial regarding how to do that, actually, so let me go ahead and send you guys a link. VNyan eye clipping, I think that's the tutorial's name. There you go, found it. So this tutorial here, while it has the old UI, this still has the relevant information regarding how to do it. So let me see. VNyan eye clipping on expression fix. So whoops, did I let me double check to make sure that goes to the right link, because I accidentally pressed another key on my thing. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. No worries. Okay, so now that we have that, that's pretty much that in a nutshell. If you want to get a little bit more information on utilizing this, you could look into that. Or again, if you do the VNyan wizard, it should already come up with these examples here that you can utilize and modify depending on your taste, and so on and so on. Really just a matter of what you want to do. But, if anyone has questions regarding this, there's that. Again, these are for the minimum, you're setting up a range here, and then here you can set up the value, the multiplier, like how much, like pretty much you can have the surprise be like at a value of 1, or maybe you want to make it very, like, big. Like those videos where they have like the 400% facial expression or something like that? Yeah, that multiplier kind of does that. So there's that. Then there's a min and max values here, and then the smoothness seconds if you want a smooth transition or something like that. So there's that. Now that pretty much covers lighting, effects, colliders, expressions, and the settings here. So look at you, you're actually doing a really good job. Did you got your tracking set up? Did you follow along with this stream tutorial and you figured out how to like get your tracking all going, and you're moving around. Oh my god, and you also even have your socials connected here. I'm also gonna I don't have to connect Pulsar. We're not covering Pulsar in the stream. But there you go. Like, you got your tracking going on. We're still not done yet, because I'm gonna be showing you on how to make redeems for VNyan though. But I do also, before we get into the node graphs, because we're gonna be there for a while, I need to cover these other settings here real quickly for you guys. So when you click on load avatar, you can be able to change your avatar here if you like. You can click on load world, so that way, if you go to the VNyan world folder, so click on your VNyan folder where you installed it on your PC, click on the world folder, and you can be able to load something, let's say a nature world, where, also I still had this gizmo on, oh my god. Let me see if I can quickly disable that. Miscellaneous, hidden, there you go, hide that. And there you go, see, you have fire here, or maybe you want something like an attic or something like that, which this is actually like a pretty popular world that people like because of how pretty it is. So you can, you know, have this world, or you can even have green screen, memes, and then over here there's also default if you want to revert your stuff back to normal. There's also a concert stage here. So if you want to be an idol or something like that and do concerts, yay, I can sing. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Okay, enough of that. But you can have a concert stage, and then last but not least, a little club world. I think the club one, you have to download that yourself on Superdrive's Discord server, if I'm correct. But otherwise, this is at least a world that you can be able to have if you want to have like a little dance party or something like that. So yeah. I'll probably still keep this world thing just for, like, I guess, demonstration purposes for when we go through the world stuff. But otherwise, you know, you can have some cool worlds in VNyan. And of course, I already have an SDK series regarding VNyan. So if you want to know how to convert props, environments, animations, droppables, throwables, stickables, so on, then I already made a tutorial regarding how to do that. So you can definitely check those tutorials out. Superdrive also made her own tutorials on the SDK as well, so you can check out the official tutorial regarding that. With that being said, there's monitor here. Monitor is really important because if you are debugging some issues with your tracking, or you want to, like, you know, it's mainly for debugging, or if, let's say, you're trying to figure out what blend shapes your model has or something like that, then this will allow you to be able to tell, like, what your model's blend shapes have. So, and fun fact, you can actually click on, like, if I were to click on breathing here, like left click on it, and let's say if I go expression and add the expression here, and I do Control V, I can actually copy the name of the blend shape here, like let's say World of Snowflakes, and put it here, Control V. You could be able to copy and paste the name if you happen to forget or don't want to type it all out. So this gives you some convenience, but otherwise it's very good to check out the values so that way you make sure that your stuff is working well and all that. Alright, now with that being said though, very important to check that out. Props is good if you're going to be downloading some VNyan props from the VNyan Discord server or Superdrive Discord server. So let's say, for example, I'm going to go ahead and load a prop real quickly. Let's see, VNyan, let's see here, items, props. Let's say I'm going to load Superdrive's the pink blob, and oh my god, and then I'm going to just, oh, there it goes. And then we can be able to have this little blob thing. I'm gonna go ahead and actually send you guys a link to download this little blob thing. So VNyan blob Superdrive Kofi. Yeah, right here. Well, it's not this exact one, but I will send you the link to the Ko-fi shop so you can be able to download some pre-existing props that you may want to use for your VNyan setup. So let me go ahead, shop here. They are all free, by the way, so check this link out to get some free props to play around with. Otherwise, though, here we got the blob. You can adjust the positions here to however you want. And we can also go ahead and have the transform mode here so we can fine-tune the movement. Now, the controls may be a little jank due to just kind of convenience, really. So just be mindful about the fact that, you know, it's not, you know, it can be a little jank, but just utilize both of them and you can be able to still set up however you want. So, you know, you can adjust it there. Let me just move this a little up. So you can rotate, move, rotate, and then you can also scale. So I can make this blob kind of giant if I want. So you can do that, rotate, all that stuff. So there you go. That's just for fine tuning. And then you can also change it where it's linked. So it could be linked to world, your chest, your hands, your hips, or even a VR prop tracking, which I have linked earlier, a VR prop tutorial I made regarding VNyan. And you can also have it where it always faces the camera, so no matter where the camera is rotated, the prop will always follow. It's really nice for some certain effects, really. So, yeah. But other than that, though, you can also be able to add, by the way, so you can either add, like, load from file, or you can add a spout 2. This is mainly good. The spout 2 is good if you want to put your live 2D capture into VNyan, because there's a lot of live 2D users that want to utilize VNyan's redeem system. So the only way to do that is by using the VNyan's live 2D prop, and even Enochi 2D if you use Enochi 2D. You can be able to add you can be able to add the prop, and you just type out the spout source and you can just call it that. Or, again, it just really depends on what you want to utilize Spout for, whether putting your browser, like your live browser on OBS to VNyan, you can do that. Now, there is actually a browser prop you can put in here, the browser source. However, keep in mind, it doesn't, detect. Like, let's say, for example, like, if I'm scrolling through the browser, it will not detect that. In order to actually have that sort of detection where, you know, let's say you want, like, your actual, like, web, you know, like, you're scrolling and all that to be seen, then you'll have to utilize Spout for that. Otherwise, browser's mainly good if there's, you know, if you just want, like, I don't know, I guess, like, you're sponsored by Gamer Fuel or Gamer Subs or something, and you want to showcase the website or something. I'm not exactly sure on the use case, but there's that, I guess, if you really want. Text is good if, let's say, for instance, you want to, like, I don't know, maybe have, like, a hello here, or maybe, like, I am a banana, like that. So you can be able to have, like, text in the VNyan. Pretty cool. Wow. And of course you can scale it however you want, and there are ways, I think, let me see real quickly, because text, code, let me, like, HTLM, let me see if there's, like a proper explanation real quickly regarding the colors, because there's a website that, let me see, HTLM, ML text color. Yeah, I think it was this website here. I think. If I could be able to remember what that website was, yeah, cause I need to find that website that explains how you do that. I'll probably link it in the description if I happen to find out, because the way VNyan works is that you have to do something like, let me see if I can remember this. Let's say I put something like hex color or hex code. Let me just choose something real quickly. Let's say I want to choose like this hex color, right? Let me put like this. No. Let me put like color. Nope. I'm trying to remember. Okay, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've done that. Yeah. If I remember, okay, if I end up remembering the website regarding how to do the text color thing, I'll let you guys know. But otherwise, you can do the color changing stuff, but you have to do it with like, you have to like kind of put in like a sort of text code. It's not like a code like something complicated. It's quite simple. I just simply forgot what the heck it was. But you could do that. But otherwise, you know, you have the ability to add some props in VNyan. So really nice stuff. Allows some more, you know, interactive stuff with your VTuber setup. Pendulums are really good if, you know, let's say for example, you want things like if I blink, then my wings will jiggle, or maybe if I want it where my eyes will do some jiggling, you know, like live 2D like eyes or something like that. So allow me to demonstrate with my right eye actually, since I do have the blend shape on my eyes. Test Chain also has it too, but I just will show you with my model. Now again, Void models by default do not have extra blend shapes other than some very basic ones. So if you're using Kana tool, you won't be able to do eye jiggle either with it unless you utilize Yori Drill's little text file for Hana tool, which I will send you a link. Yori Drill Hana tool. This tutorial, it's in Japanese, but you can use Google Translate, and she goes over on how you can make your eyes more expressive for Void model, because her model is Void. A very well-made Void model too. So there's that. All right. So with that being said, though, let's say for example, I'm gonna add a pendulum amount of 4 here. I'm gonna make it where my input value is whenever I blink with my left eye. So input value is going to be a blend shape. I blink left. And then I'm going to make the multiplier 50. No. We'll make it 1. So there you go. See, you're able to start making the input based on like, okay, every time I want my blinking to work. Parameter is mainly for advanced stuff, like again for like node related things, but we won't be going over the parameter stuff. But for eye jiggle, if I wink, you know, it's doing the little jiggle thing here. But in order for us to have like an actual jiggle going on, we're gonna click on an output value. We're gonna go into monitor, find the blend shape that we want. So for example, blah 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 blah. Because it's my left eye on my model. Because remember, we're looking at this way. So we're looking at it this way. So this here, the hand that's waving, this is my left. Even though it's moving my right hand, this is my left. This is because I have the mirror tracking on. And then the hand that's waving here, that's my character's right, but it's my left. Because again, mirror tracking. So when so we're gonna have it where when I blink, it's going to make my pupil rotate because I have the blend shapes. Again, if you're curious as how to rig blend shapes in Blender, I have a blend shape tutorial on how to rig in Blender, by the way. So let me go ahead and find that tutorial for you. Blend shape here, right? So let me go ahead, click on that blend shape, and let me find that tutorial for you guys so that way any Blender users that want to learn how to rig, here you go. How to rig blend shapes. Here on the chat, you can look it up there. That's how you can be able to rig blend shapes for your VTuber model. There you go. All right, so once we have that, now we're going to, what we're gonna do now, let's see, eye pupil rotate 1L. I'm gonna paste that to the blend shape here. And then we have a negative one too. So I can set this to 2 if I want. And then I'm gonna set it where the multiplier will be set to 1. And as you can see, my eye's jiggling. See? And that's how you can do eye jiggle. Yay! So we can of course adjust how the physics work in these settings too, if we want. But otherwise the default settings are pretty darn good. So you can do that. And also as well, if you're someone who wants it where, let's say, you want your ear to go down when your eye move, or like when you wink or something like that, you can of course have it where you can click on this little magnifying glass, click on that, and let me see if I can, despite my wings already moving, let me see if I can make it where, let's say my hair or something, or my cowlick, or no, let's okay, I don't really have much to kind of wiggle because I already got my wings doing the work. I could switch models, but let me try the cow look, honestly. Let's try number 5. And see if that's gonna work. Let me hide the prop too. So I can hide the prop by clicking on the show hide here. And I don't know if it's gonna work because of the fact that there's probably physics on it. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna work because of that. But you can be able to like set it to like an ear to like an ear bone or something like that here. I don't have ears set. Well, I mean, I have ears, just not like cat ears or something like that. So I can't really properly demonstrate. I'll definitely make sure I make like a proper tutorial regarding this explanation. But I'm just letting you know this is how you can be able to do that sort of thing if you want. But otherwise, you know, that's how you can be able to do your eye jiggle if you're very curious about it. But I'm gonna go ahead though, and I'm gonna delete the chain so that way my eye's normal. But that's how you do eye jiggle or anything like left to like pendulums. There's plugins here. This is mainly like if you load a plugin to VNyan, it'll show up here. And help is if you need some extra information regarding VNyan. It'll tell you what VNyan does. The Twitch regarding where you can be able to see live streams regarding VNyan. It'll tell you what the built-in hotkeys, C to reset your camera, Shift R to calibrate or reset your tracking real quickly, S to take a screenshot, space to show and hide the UI and stuff, and then of course it'll tell you about how to get spout capture to OBS, so there's that. Then if you ever need to access the startup wizard, there's also this as well. And then of course there's a direct link to the Discord server if you click on the little icon here, simple as that. And then there's also credits if you want to know who has helped contribute to VNyan. Emiliana helped with the GPU prioritization. Also, Virtual D is a creator of VSF Avatar, but Emiliana, she's the owner of VC Face, so keep that in mind. Expressive Till, again, like I mentioned, is Nile. Breathing is from Luna. And then Heavy is the one who did the arm sway. And then these are the ones that made the YouTube integration and the one who made the Kick integration via GitHub, I believe. So either GitHub or either way, these are the people that did the work regardless. So definitely check them out. And there you go. Now you should be a little bit more familiar regarding how to use VNyan, a little bit more comfortable, maybe getting some little advanced things out the way. Really, really good. And now we'll eventually get into the node graph. This is where all the magic happens. Literally pretty much, well, again, I did cover a lot of stuff in regards to VNyan already. And while what I showed you, you know, again, it can be very good for someone who is starting with VTubing with VNyan, but there's even more that you can do, all thanks to the node system. I will be showing you on how to utilize the node system so that way you get a bit more comfortable regarding how to use nodes in VNyan. We won't be going over complicated things like the arm sway graph or how to do mouse tracking or anything like that. They are in their own individual tutorials or will be in their own individual tutorials. So I think this is probably the moment you've all been waiting for, honestly. Like, I'm not sure, but we'll be going over node graphs, so, you know, keep in mind, if you have questions, you may have a lot of questions regarding this, this is the moment to ask them. But before we get into this, we are going to take a quick break. Sorry if this was the moment you've been waiting for, and this kind of needs to take a quick break, just kind of quickly stretch. But before that, does anyone have questions regarding what I just covered regarding VNyan? Otherwise, though, I'm going to take a quick break. Then after break, we're going to go over the nodes. I'm going to show you how to make, I'm going to first show you the startup wizard nodes that was created, and then I'll show you guys how to make nodes completely from scratch. You know, like showing you things like how to do bubble redeem, how to do a feed redeem, how to do dropping stuff redeem, post-processing effects, a camera redeem, or hotkeys. I'll be showing you all that crazy stuff. But if there's no questions, though, we're gonna go on break. So I will be right back. And again, drink some water, get some food, and I'll drink some water and stretch for like a few minutes and then I'll come back, alright? So BRB, everyone. BRB. Go ahead now, because I took a quick break. We're gonna go over VNyan nodes. So stay with me, everyone, as we're gonna be covering over a couple examples of redeems that you can do with VNyan. So, and if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. It's a perfect time, but otherwise, again, if you missed the stream, then feel free to join Vtuber's Discord server, so that way you can get some further help regarding how to use VNyan. Now, with that being said, though, I'm gonna quickly go over the settings that the startup wizard has created. So we're going to start with start settings. Now, application start is a node that when VNyan starts up, it will load said node. And by default, it has a neutral blend shape set to 100. And of course, I have my test chan being loaded here. So when VNyan restarts, it will load my Freud model instead. So there's that. Toggles, this is how we can be able to set up hotkeys for our character. We have a hotkey node and then a blend shape to trigger said expression. And keep in mind though that with how VNyan acts, it's not gonna really replicate VC face from the start. So if you want something like VC face's base expressions, there is, let's see, VNyan VC face like expressions. So I will have this tutorial here for you guys. So if you want to replicate VC faces, VC face like toggles for VNyan, there is this tutorial here that goes over how to do it in the chat. And if I hope that I'm really hoping that the chat will save after stream, but otherwise if it doesn't, just remember that my channel has VNyan tutorials and stuff, so you can check out my channel for if you ever need VNyan tutorials. But otherwise though, you can use that video link to know how to do these VC face like toggles for VNyan. But other than that, this is good as a start. All you have to do is press on the button, and then if you want to disable it, press on it again, like that. So keep that in mind. It's very simple, and then interactions has it where, you know, it will generate how the, like, let's say for example, if somebody follows your channel, then it will have it so that way, like, you know, something will throw at your character and have confetti, like that. And then subscription, if somebody subscribes, it'll have something, you know, thrown, as well as confetti. Then there's bits, so every time someone redeems some bits, there'll be that. And then there is raid if there is confetti, hype train, and then there's throw stuff. You know, you have like example redeems based on when you did the starting the startup wizard. It'll pretty much have it all generated here. Plus it also has like the way it does the war redeem here, which we'll go over like the war redeem stuff, but pretty much the Startup Wizard will generate all this for you. You can organize and stuff, or just leave it as is, but there's that. But we'll be going over on how to, you know, we're gonna be just going over on how to do the node stuff here. So let's start off by going over our node UI, and then I'm gonna go over all these things that you have available to you, and then I'm going to be showing you how to make some redeems for your VTuber avatar, alright? So again, there are going to be some nodes I may not be able to fully cover, as I either not experimented with them or they're mainly for complex usage. So I'll only be covering like, I mean, I'll still cover most of it, but mainly just going to focus on the ones that I actually do know and what would probably be mostly used for those who are starting off with VNyan for the first time. So channel points is a node that's going to be commonly used for when you want to redeem a channel point to, like, you know, for your Twitch. This only can be used for Twitch. There are also bits, so if somebody donates bits via Twitch, there is this node. Subscriptions, if you are given a sub via Twitch, there's that node here. If you are followed via Twitch, then you can have like a redeem for follow. Raids, if somebody raids your Twitch channel, there is also this node. You could have multiple if you want to have different variety of ranges. Like small raids can have a little small confetti, but bigger raids can be like a whole explosion and stuff if you want. There's that. Hype train, you can be able to have multiple nodes of these if you prefer, where you can have it from start to end, depending on, you know, what you prefer. Then we can have commands. Commands are mainly good if, let's say, you want to have, like, you know, let's say maybe you're not an affiliate and you want to have like some sort of commands, so that way your chat can be able to redeem some stuff until you become affiliate. Or maybe if you don't want to be an affiliate at all, you can utilize commands, so at least it gives something for people to mess around with. Or mod commands, if your mods want to be a little silly, you can have them do a command and explode your character or something like that. Then chat message, this is mainly for if you, let's say for example, if somebody says the word banana on chat, on Twitch that is, then you can literally turn into a banana or something like that, as like a secret sort of message or something like that. So you can set up like a condition if you like, or something like that. So this is what can be utilized for, but otherwise, you know, I'm not gonna really go over that. Then ad break, if an ad breaks happen, you can probably have it where your character's spinning out of control if you want. YouTube command, so these are what I just went over was the Twitch ones. We're gonna go over the YouTube ones now. YouTube command, this is good because since due to how YouTube system is, you don't have channel point redeems. The closest you can get is by utilizing YouTube commands. Hello, Wallace. How you doing? You have a lovely day. Again, make sure if anybody has questions regarding VNyan or anything like that, please ask now. I am, again, teaching pretty much the entirety of VNyan here. Well, I wouldn't say every little thing, but for the most part, I'm just showing you the very important stuff. So make sure you bring your textbooks out, study away, and I'm giving out these information. So back to YouTube, though. If you want something like a command for your chat to like message so they can do like a sort of redeem stuff, you can be able to have the YouTube commands here. Now, you can also have it where on YouTube chat, you can set it where, like, okay, there'll be, like, chat conditions via parameters if you prefer that, or something along the lines. Like, again, if somebody says the word banana, then a banana, I will become a banana, or something like that. You can also have it where when a YouTube super chat is triggered, it will have, confetti or something like that. You can also have YouTube sticker if you want that. A new member, so if someone subscribes to your membership, there's also that. But those are like for YouTube commands. Then we have kick, so for those who are kick, you can be able to have commands. Again, just like YouTube, there is no channel point system, probably never will be, just like YouTube, so you'll have to use commands as sort of an alternative. Again, you can also have kick chat, so again, if somebody says banana via parameters, if it's detected, I'll turn to a banana. And then kick sub, if somebody subscribes to your kick channel, there is that. Now, WebSocket, this is going to be utilized for Stream Deck users, which, after I go over this, I'll be going over for Stream Deck users regarding the WebSocket command. I'm pretty much like putting these in order, by the way, because the way I'm putting this in order, after I explain all this stuff, I'm going to be pretty much showing you like each of these and how we're going to set it up so you'll be able to like copy and follow along. So, yippee. Now again, you don't need to have everything all in one blueprint. It's honestly, or one like node graph. Honestly, it's recommended to have them in multiple, but again, we'll do it one at a time, I promise. But WebSockets, though, you can utilize this for either for Stream Deck users, those with Mix It Up or StreamerBot, or Sammy, or even like just any like extra programs like that. API message is mainly if you're going to do some API stuff. This goes into a more advanced territory that I haven't really touched on. Hotkey is good if you want to have something like if a blend shape triggers. So just like here, where you have a hotkey connected to blend shape to trigger an expression or something like that, then that's how you can be able to utilize hotkey for, or even a hotkey to like, maybe for testing purposes to make sure your confetti's working. There's that. Then there's timer. Timer is really good if you want to have something like, let's say, a timed action. And then there's also a trigger if, depends on like your setup. I've seen trigger be used for things like, for like if some button was pressed, then you can have like a call trigger and it can trigger something like hand poses or something like that. So that's what it could be utilized for, I guess. So it's mainly these are mainly like advanced stuff really, but again, we'll go over some of it depending on like, again, depends on if I can remember, but I don't want to overcomplicate as best I can. Alright, so application start, I've mentioned this is for when you are starting up, when the program starts up, it's gonna load, stuff. So keep that in mind. If you want something to load by default, make sure to have application start with those stuff. And then we have avatar loaded. This is mainly like if the avatar has been loaded, what is it gonna do? Is it going to trigger a bloom effect? Is it going to trigger an anime girl transformation like Sailor Moon or something like that? Or maybe confetti will hit. There's that. Same with world loaded, same thing. If a world's loaded, you can have like some like message or confetti or something funny or whatever you like. Collision, this is nice if you want to set like a condition, like I think this was used for the health bar. I believe I don't know if I made a health bar tutorial for VNyan. If not, I will make sure I do that. I'll double check. Actually, let me check if I have made a tutorial on that. Otherwise, oopsies. VNyan health bar. I oh yeah, I did make a tutorial on it. I felt like it was those tutorials I never made, but I want to make. No, I actually did made a tutorial about the health bar in VNyan. So if you want to know how to set up the health bar, there's more information regarding. Yeah, it's right there. It's right there, and that link. I just tend to forget. So check that out. By the way. But regardless of that, you can use this for like, if a if like a collision type is like triggered or something, we can have something funny happen. But there's that. There is also a custom object collision here. This custom object gets into more advanced territory and can result into like some, just gets into more advanced territory. Let's say if you're trying to make like a game or something in VNyan, like Suvadrail's like Fall Cats game, that's where custom objects will get in. We won't be covering that though. Leap motion stats is good, where if the leap motion is detected, then you can have it where something happens. Like if left hand's detected, then I'll explode or something like that. Just some dumb example. You can also have VMC stats, where if the VMC let's say if the VMC one is connected or something like that, you can have it maybe where it'll... Because eventually there will be like more tracking nodes on the way, by the way. So keep that in mind. There will be more tracking nodes. So that way you can probably eventually do things like toggling your tracking, having mocap toggles and stuff. So that really cool stuff, Alright, so now that we went over the callback nodes, now we go into the action nodes. So action nodes consist of throwing an item at your character, so you can throw stuff at you. You can have a bubble, which is, you can throw like some cute little bubbles at your character, or some little sticker effect, or I guess a floating sticker. Then you have food if you want to do like a sort of food redeem. You can drop items on your head like an anvil or a box. Then you can have confetti if you want to have a little celebration. Bonk if you want to have a bonk redeem. Head pat. Now, sadly, you can't really change these. If you want to have like a custom head pat, bonk, or confetti and stuff like that, you will have to make your own custom prop that will get toggle on and off depending on the channel point. Again, any advanced stuff like the SDK we won't be covering in the stream. That could be its own tutorial stream if needed, or, well, it's already its own video tutorial, so there's that. Then there is yeet, so, if you want to yeet your character, there's that, or make your character flinch. Then there's add fours if you want to have a more advanced version of the yeet, pretty much. So there's that. And then you can play sounds if you want to do like sound alerts in VNyan solely. Then you can even play music or stop music if you want. Like let's say if you want to play some lo-fi music on VNyan and then stop it when, like, having a hotkey for that. So there's that. You can have load avatar world and load world. So let's say for a redeem, if you want to do, let's say, outfit redeems or something like that, you can be able to have a load avatar node so you can do outfit redeems and stuff. That cool stuff. Or world redeems if you really want that. You can even have set pose or even clear pose toggles and redeems if you prefer. So there's that. You will need to make sure, again, I've made a tutorial about how to make poses in VNyan. It is a bit outdated though due to how VRM desktop posing now only uses VRM animation. So I'll make sure to update that tutorial eventually to correct that information. But it's still explain the manual method, but I'll still update that tutorial eventually. We could also have play animation and even set animation speed. And even stop animation. So you have like 3 control nodes for like when you want animation. Like for example, I can literally have Gangnam Style if I really want to, for like a redeem or some funny thing like that. Then of course, anybody who is an MMD user, there is of course an MMD node. Now, of course, it mentions here, due to the fact that MMD is primarily fair use, and you are pretty much 99% of MMD stuff, you can't even commercialize off of it regardless, and you need to credit. So because of that, if you ever plan on using MMD for your VNyan use, you have to make sure that the creator allows that sort of use. and at least make sure to credit. So if you plan on making donations off of an MMD motion or something like that, at least credit the creator. At least like contact the creator and make sure you get your consent from them. Otherwise, though, try not to profit off the MMD motion, because again, a lot of MMD creators will actually be really upset if they catch you using a MMD motion. Now, again, I haven't heard a VTuber get in trouble, because again, a lot of people tend to not care, but even then, just because of the I don't care attitude, that doesn't mean disrespect the MMD animators, so please keep that in mind. It's the reason why I don't recommend using the MMD node a lot. You can use it for like Twitter videos, that's fine, as long as you credit, but commercial use though, no. It's something that's not talked about a lot. But again, like I said, because there's a lot of I don't cares, I'm not gonna stop you. It's not my job to. I'm just giving you the warning that it is what it is. But we have here camera nodes for toggles. So you can be able to toggle different cameras. You can have a trigger for camera look at. You can smooth your cameras here. Camera tilt. And then there is the camera orbit here. Focal length. And then, of course, there's spawn. So these are the camera stuff, which I have a tutorial that goes over in depth regarding the cameras. So VNyan camera, I'm literally just Googling my own tutorials, honestly. Like, that's why I'm saying out loud what I'm Googling, because in case YouTube closed down the live chat for some stupid reason, I'm just saying it out loud so you know what to Google. So in the live chat, there is the tutorial that goes in depth on how to use the VNyan camera and also the nodes. So there's that at your disposal. Now there is the, let's see, so camera stuff. Now there's custom objects, but again, this gets into more advanced territory that I won't be covering. But again, if you want to do things like custom game, like a little stream game or something like that, you can be able to utilize these nodes to create like games in VNyan. So cool stuff like that. But we won't be going over that. Then here we're gonna do, there's also start timer. So this goes in conjunction with the timer node up here. So these goes hand in hand. So if this gets triggered, then it's going to trigger this based on name. So if I name this to timer 1, I have to make sure these both have the same name. So that way, when this gets triggered, it's going to then trigger this timer here. So like, okay, when this timer starts, 5-4, it's going to then be like, okay, 5 seconds, we're going to trigger the timer. So there's that. Then there's even call trigger, which goes into conjunction with this node here. So again, things like what I mentioned regarding like someone making like a finger pose node and doing a trigger sort of thing, you can utilize these two to like trigger something. Other than that, there's WebSocket message, which WebSocket message can be nice if, depending on a certain trigger, you can have it where, I guess like let me see here. So it pretty much sends a raw WebSocket message. This kind of gets a little bit more into advanced territory. A Stream Deck user doesn't really need to use that, but if you want to use it, that's perfectly fine, no worries. But again, I haven't really found a use case for this, but again, if you mess with WebSockets though, you'll probably have a use case for that. If you are a VTS Pog user, there is a native node in VNyan natively supported, so this is definitely really nice if you want to have, like, let's say for example, if somebody subscribes, then your pet could say thank you for subscribing or thank you for the follow or something like that. So this is definitely really nice to have for VNyan use. Add bone rotation, which allows you to, let's say for example, I want it where, let's say for my leg or something, or my foot, I want it to rotate or something like that. Let's say for example, angle of 12 or something like that. And let me make a hotkey, connect these together, and trigger send signal. I can have it so, like for example, I can change the rotation of my foot or something like that. So you could do that if you like, but that's if you want that. Do keep in mind though that while the additive bone rotation can allow you to change up your pose a little bit, do be mindful it can get a little iffy on some stuff, so just be mindful about it. It can be a little silly at times. But otherwise, there's also bone reset. This is definitely really good if, let's say, you have advanced nodes such as the arm sway movement graph or the mouse tracking or anything like that. This will allow you to ensure that, you know, when you disable those sort of controls, that the bones will be reset, so that way you don't look silly when you disable it. So that's for more advanced stuff. But again, you can definitely check out in Superdo's Discord server regarding, you know, accessing those nodes. There's object reset, which again, let's say for example, if I really want to reset my, let's say if I have like my ears, if I have like cat ears and I'm doing something with the cat ear, or a good example, the tail node. A lot of VTubers love to have a tail node since they don't want to do VSF animations. So they'll prepare a tail node in VNyan. So they may want to have it where they can disable the tail swaying or something like that. This will allow you to ensure that when you turn it off, you can be able to reset that said game object or your stuff. So that way, you know, when you turn it off, it doesn't look placed weirdly. Blend shape tracking is good if you want to be able to enable and disable your blend shape tracking for whatever reason. You can be able to have a hotkey to, you know, reset your tracking, like have a calibration button. Then you can even have a reset all blend shape, which again, that's again, it's kind of like if you want to do like a calibration for your blend shapes, especially like let's say for example you triggered too many expressions and you need to reset your blend shapes, you can be able to do this. Let me see if they'll work. And yeah, you'll be able to reset the blend shapes if by any chance anything breaks or something like that. So once we have that, then again, object visibility. This is definitely really nice if, let's say, you want to do like, let's say, outfit redeems, but in a way that you don't want to swap the actual file, but rather just toggle the object visibility. This can also work with VRMLs as well, so that at least is some convenience. So definitely you can be able to use this to like do some outfit stuff or just toggle stuff around, you know, that sort of thing. And then you have edit Twitch redeem, which I made a tutorial again. Let me link it again. VNyan Twitch redeems. I made a tutorial again on how to use the Twitch redeem that goes over in depth on how to use that node there. So Twitch redeems here. There is the information there in the chat that goes over that sort of thing, but again, you can look it up on my channel. So there's that, and then you can have a instead of the F key, that is your button to screenshot. If you want to have it as a different hotkey or maybe toggle it with your Stream Deck, you can be able to set up here, and then you can then be able to, let's say, record animation. So if you want to, let's say, record like a VNyan animation or something like that, you can be able to, you know, you can be able to have it so you can use this like a hotkey to like record an animation or something like that here, if you like. I think this only does the VNyan animations, not FBX or BBH, I think. Let me check. No, it actually does Unity anim files, actually, my bad. So, hey, you could be able to, like, put, like, VNyan movement and put it into Unity or something like that. Maybe if you want, like, an animation for, like, VR chat. You never know. So, you could probably do that if you like. But, yeah. We can also be able to save pose if you like. So, if you want to have a toggle to save pose, there's that. You can be able to also have a toggle for set resolution. So if you want if you want to have like a toggle for like a TikTok redeem, or you want to have a redeem for like full resolution or 720p if you lag a lot, you can also have a toggle for that. Avatar position, you can be able to toggle the different positions that you have here if you like, you know, for an environment. Tracking effect status, you can have it where you can actually toggle on and off the tracking effect. So if you want to have a toggle to turn off your arm sway or turn off the breathing or turn off the expressive body tilt, let's say for maybe like a animation, you're playing an MMD animation, but you don't want the arm sway to be moving around, you can have something like that. You can be able to toggle prop here. You can also have a spinning redeem with this. Water redeem if you prefer that. Even a slime redeem. You can even trigger your blend shapes for your expressions. You can toggle wind if you want for a wind redeem. Then you can have a rain redeem. Like you can have like rain, snow, or something like that. But you will have to load a texture file for that, by the way. So keep that in mind. Bone rotation, this is not additive though, so if you try to like rotate, let's say for example I try to rotate my head or something like that, it's not gonna really work with this additive. The one that's like over here, add bone rotation. If you want to do like some bone offset or something like that, you can utilize this node here. But the bone rotation is nice if, let's say for example, maybe like I think the movement graph utilized this or something. I don't think so. Or maybe it does actually. But, you know, for maybe certain redeems, or maybe certain actions or something like that, you could utilize the bone rotation. But again, it just kind of depends on your use case, really, on what you're trying to do with it. And of course, again, remember, you can press on the little question mark buttons here, and it'll tell you like what each thing does. So never forget that. Now that we have that, we also have bone scale, so if you want to scale your bones. Anyways, I gotta go. No worries, Press Veil, take care of yourself. Thank you again for the support, and I hope you learned something regarding VNyan. Thanks for the stream, Kana, and see ya. No problem. Thank you again for the support, means a lot to me. And RCM, hello there. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. I am just teaching VNyan here. So again, if you have any questions about VNyan, feel free to ask. I'm making this stream dedicated to VNyan, since a lot of people have been asking me regarding VNyan stuff, and I just wanted to make a full-fledged tutorial stream so that way, you know, you can, it's like an interactive stream, so that way if you guys have questions, you can ask away. Otherwise though, you know, I just kind of show whatever I can, and hopefully you guys learn something new regarding VNyan throughout the stream. Alright. So you can also utilize bone scale if you want, like maybe, oh yeah, a good example of this scale actually could be if you want to make a chibi redeem or a giant scale redeem or something like that. So, you know, that could be really silly to do that, or a big head redeem. Well, I'll probably show you how to do the big head redeem at least. So there's that. And then there's object position, object rotation. If you want to make like a redeem to like, I don't know, make your ears giant, or your wings, like giant wing redeem or something, so you can utilize that. There's even time scale redeem, so if you want to like slow down time or something like that, you could do that if you like. And then there's emote dropper, so if you want to have some fun falling Twitch emotes, which I believe you can be able to trigger them. Yeah, so on Twitch by default the drop Twitch emotes will be on. So you can have like emote rain going on when somebody does emotes on Twitch. It only works on Twitch, not YouTube, sadly, because YouTube has very limited support. Then there, of course, there is effects redeem, such as the digital glitch, ambient occlusion, analog glitch over here, binary. Pretty much everything that's in the effect here can become a redeem if you like. And so there's binary, there's grain over here, there's bloom over here, and then chromatic aberration here, and then depth of field as well if you want to have something, you know, some nice depth. Then you have motion blur if you want. Then there's a vignette. Then there is also rainbow too, if you want a rainbow redeem. Pixelization, and then lenser if you want something a little fancy for, you know, for cinematic stuff. Lens distortion if you want something very funny. And then you have color grading if you maybe want to, I don't know, make your character blue for a redeem or something like that. And then negative image if you want a negative image redeem. VHS redeem. Then you can also have like triggers for lighting, depending on like maybe for like an environment. If you want to have like a sky sphere for your setup, you can of course trigger a sky sphere for your Vtuber setup, so you can have like a nice little sky background or something like that. Now these nodes over here get a little bit more into advanced territory. This is regarding to parameters. Now I'm not really the best at explaining these little parameter things. All I know is that for these little heckers, they are utilized heavily when it comes to like, let's say, like the movement graph, the original breathing graph, arm sway graph, even the mouse and drawing tablet. They utilize parameters to set up, like, you know, conditions and stuff. Like, okay, if the parameter is set from 0, it's not going to activate. If it's set to 1, it's going to activate, and so on. So this mainly just kind of gets into more advanced territory, especially with arrays as well. Arrays get into more advanced. Text parameters also get advanced. This is stuff that kind of, even though I help with making VNyan tutorials, I somehow still do not understand what the heck an array is, so this just gets into more advanced territory. And then there's even dictionary values. I believe this is mainly utilized, I think something when Suvi was making her Fall Cats redeem or something like that, which Suvi made a Fall Cats tutorial on Twitch or something like that. You can definitely check out. So there's that. Then, of course, there's even gateway nodes here, so that way there's filter blend shape. There is filter parameters for, like, filtering stuff, like if it's greater than, equal to. I think I at least used the parameter filter before when it came to the pulsoid conditions, like, you know, like at certain ranges I was able to, like, have it where, like, I think it was for, like, my wing animation or something like that. I think I used parameter filters for. And then we have compare text, logic filter, filter volume, which is good. Filter volume is good for, like, if you're doing audio related triggers or something like that. Compare text, I believe this was actually used with the hand grabbing streamer that I forgot their name, Malictus or something like that. I think that was their name. They used this quite a lot for that redeem. And then there's even filter heart rate, filter hotkey, which filter hotkey, I think I've actually used this for the movement graph, actually. So there's that. There's gamepad button, and these two right here, by the way, in case you're wondering what the random is, this pretty much is if you want, let's say, for example, a channel point redeem. If the channel point redeem has 2 actions that are supposed to happen at the exact same time, I mean, you can still keep it simple, but let's say if you're going to do something a little bit more complicated, then you can utilize these, actually, no, I'm thinking the wrong thing. I'm mistaken that for order execution, my bad. Order execution is if you want 2 things to happen at the exact, or 2 or more things to happen at the exact same time, then order execution allows you to do that. Otherwise, random allows you to do randomization. So let's say, for example, I want it where maybe I want to have, when I do like I wouldn't say the food redeem. Let's say, for example, somebody redeems a hat. Like, let's say, give streamer a hat. And I want my chat to choose between 10 different hats randomly. So I can have it where if they redeem that, a random hat will appear on my head, and then if they redeem it again, the hat will change. So you can utilize those random nodes here to have it just randomize your choices, if that makes sense. Have it something random, a little funny, haha, for your stream or something like that. Then there is also text array. I already explained order execution. There's cycler. And then, of course, the popular wait node that is pretty much a big deal since it allows us to make redeems a lot more convenient for ourselves. And then last but not least, message box, which is great for people who give out, like, node graph and want to share with other people. The message can be useful to hear how to use this graph. So this can allow people to tell you, like, okay, this is how you will be able to use this graph. Here's instructions. Step 1, explode, and step 2, banana peel. So there's that. But yeah. Now again, I apologize if I can explain more advanced stuff over here. Sadly, Superdrill will definitely be able to explain it a lot more better than I can regarding those things. But otherwise, though, for the most part, I pretty much like went over the stuff here. Now, what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete this node, and we're going to make a new graph. And we're going to make some redeems together. So we're going to focus mainly on Twitch, but again, we will also make sure that it will, I'll still kind of like show you at least, like, you know, YouTube and Kick and all that. Oh my god. So, I'll show you how to do some of the stuff, and then, I'll then, like, after we go over the whole redeems and making all the node stuff, then I'll be going over how to use it on the stream deck, and then I think after that, if anybody doesn't have questions from there, that could be it for the stream. So, that was Malictus. Oh yeah, thank you for telling me about the hand redeem. It was Malictus. I believe that, yeah, that's the name pronunciation, Malictus. Alright, so, either way though, let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and name this our Twitch redeems. Twitch redeems. Rename this, right? We're just like typing it down here, rename it. We can activate or deactivate the blueprint if we need to, or the node graph. But here, we're gonna go ahead and make some, we're gonna make some, like, let's start off with a follow. If somebody follows us, let's say we want it where we're gonna have a confetti here, and then we're also gonna have it where we will get yeeted when somebody follows the Twitch channel. So let's say we're gonna set the yeet to 15 and we'll respawn in 10 seconds. I'll set this to be the yeet direction to be right, and then when I right click and send signal, which is you're gonna do this quite often, so right click send signal to test it, you can be able to, well, do whatever Kana's doing right now, be dead. So yeah, so you can be able to do something like that. Now, of course, also, by the way, you can even set color if you want to be very organized about your stuff. For example, you can set where your Twitch stuff are blue and then YouTube is, like, red or something like that. However you like. I'll still keep it default colors, but again, for organization purposes, you could, of course, set colors if you like. And you can even duplicate the node if you want to reuse something. And then you can, of course, delete by right-clicking, clicking on delete, like so. And again, like I said, there's a question mark button here, so it'll explain to you, like, how something is used according to what the dev notes are. So remember that. Now, let's go from follow. Let's say if somebody subscribes to our Twitch channel. Now again, we also have set it up here anyways though. Like, if you did the Startup Wizard, we set up here anyways, but I'm actually just gonna do it from scratch, because why not? You know? We're doing this together, everybody, you and I. So here, for subscription, let's say I want someone to bonk me. So like bonk with a freaking bat and then a confetti, like so. So here, like that, subscribe, there you go. Ah! So that's how you can be able to set up subscription. And then here, we can then be able to set up a raid. So for a Twitch raid, we can have it where if somebody raids let's say between 0 and let's say, we want it where maybe, like, 20 people, like, or, yeah, 1 to 20 people have, or 20 raiders, then we can have that, and then we'll have another one where it's from 25 to 500, for example. Or, if you want to be, as a just in case, you could put it to 9,000, but don't be the type of person that sets it to this freaking much. Do you think that you're gonna have the entire world raid your Twitch channel? It's so, okay, no offense, but that's unrealistic. Keep it at a normal number. Plus, also, you'll actually kind of break the setting if you put the number too big. So at best, just put it around 9,000 raiders as your max for the most part, just so you don't break the node, because it can only handle so much. So we'll have 2 raids. Let's say, for example, for this, we can have it where, let's say, for instance, we want to drop a box on our head when, like, 1 to 20 raiders hit, they pop up. Then we can have it where this raid here, if there's a bigger raid, we'll have it where confetti, then we'll have bubbles here, like so, bubbles, bubble. Let's say we'll have like 20 bubbles, and then last but not least, get hit in the head. And there you go. You can be able to have another raid here, and bubbles hit you, like so. So that's how you can be able to do the raid stuff, for example, subscription, follow, cool stuff like that. And then bits, same thing. If you can have like a range of bits, let's say we'll do 2. So if we have 1 to 10 bits, and then let's say 11 to, let's say 5,000 bits or something like that. So we can have it where for 1 bit, we can have it like allow us to throw stuff. So throw item, like that. Connect these together. Let's say apple, a duck, and let's see, and I wouldn't say a truck. I would probably crash. And let's say a rose, for example. So we have that, and then we'll have another throw one. We'll duplicate this. Right click, duplicate. Connect these together. Except this one will only throw 1 item. And then this is going to throw, let's say, 25 items, for example. Now, of course, you can adjust each of the things here, by the way. So, for, like, drop item, you can have it where you can set it where after 5 seconds, the item will, like, disappear. So, the box will hit, but after 5 seconds, it will then disappear. You can have it where 2 boxes will hit your head or something like that. And then you have volume if there's a sound, like a hit sound or something like that. And you can also override the weight of it if you prefer. Item tag is pretty much good if you're gonna have, like, let's say, conditions like the health bar. The health bar heavily uses the item tag, which again, I do have the VNyan health bar tutorial you can look up. And you can also even have it at random spawn, too. But otherwise, it's something like the box you may want to have where it's not random spawn, I think. Actually, where did the box go? What the frick? Where's the box? Box, come back! What the heck? Well, the box is dead. Wherever it went, it just went elsewhere. Well, okay, box be dead. Alright, anyways. You can do that. Then for bubble shooter, you can mess with how many are going to be thrown. You can have the sticky destroy time. Is the item's supposed to be sticky or something like that? We can also have it set to the little VNyan logo. You can even have it where it's like hitting in a certain direction, and even flinch power, bubble speed as how fast it'll be, and how much scale. So you can adjust those. Right click, send signal. Oh. And yeah, you could do something like that. I'll probably do it forward. Alright, so now that we have that, and then item, throw item, you can adjust how much you want to be thrown in your face, how long it's going to take before it gets destroyed, and then time between throws, you can have it set to maybe like 1,000, so that's in milliseconds. Sticky override, you could have it where the items can be sticky, if you prefer that. Otherwise, though, you could leave it at default. Yeah. And then throw height, force, if you want to, like, let's say if I, give myself a whiplash. Oh my god. And then stick for milliseconds, you can have it set to, like, maybe 5,000 milliseconds before, yeah, sticky for 5 seconds. Never mind, it just got yeeted. So, stick. Oh, little duck. Okay, so you can have that. But otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm just gonna leave this alone. And you can even have it where the object can be a lot giant or anything like that. Oh my god, it's a giant rose on my face. So, yeah, you can have funny stuff like that. Or you can even have it where it's gonna target a different humanoid bone if you prefer. But otherwise, there you go. That's the throw item, and so far we're doing really good at making our stuff. This is very good for beginners. You're doing very good. I'm proud of you. Good job. All right, so now let's see. So now we have a follow, we have subscribe, bits, raids. Let's do a hype train actually. So do hype train and then an ad break. So here, we're like right now we're just kind of keeping it simple before I get into like actual like the main redeems. So hype train here, we can talk about, like, okay, so we can either do one for start and then one for end. So let's have it where at end, we want it where my character will get yeeted because, oh well, party's over. The train has got yeeted. You will be yeeted. So we'll have it so I get yeeted or something like that. Like, backwards. So, wah! Oh. Well, I'd be dead. Great job, Kana. Ah, okay, there you go. So there's that. And then as for a start, let's say, for example, we're going to have... we can have it where maybe we can play some music or something like that. Don't make it loop, but we can have some music play, like, celebrate good times. And then we can have the yeet power be like 100 if we want. And then head pat, let's just go crazy. Like, why not? Let's go freaking crazy. And bonk. And confetti. And then we're gonna have it so we throw an item or something like that. So throw item. Let's say we're gonna toss so many rubber duckies and so many, let's see, confettis here. We'll throw that. Let's say we're gonna do that to 15. And if I right click, I freaking... Oh my god. I should probably, like, set that at 10 seconds. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm dead. Ah. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, hype train. Yay. Okay, so now that we have that, alrighty. And then we have the end hype train here. Now we can make a quick little ad break sort of thing. Let's say, for example, I'm just gonna give my character food. Why not? Just something quick. Let's eat banana. And just kind of like have it on the right hand. So when the ad break happens, oh great, a banana. Time to have a snack for ad break. Ah. Okay. Anywho though. You can have something like that. But there you go. So now we at least have some examples on some Twitch trigger stuff. Yay! Are you guys following along? I hope you're following along with this tutorial. Okay. So, what we're gonna do now is we're going to prepare some redeems. I'm actually gonna make this into separate. So I'm gonna call this Twitch Alerts. Rename this as Twitch Alerts. Noted. And then we're gonna go ahead and make a new graph for Twitch Redeems. Twitch Redeems. Alright. There you go. So now we're gonna go ahead and make some Twitch redeem examples, so you guys will follow along as to what are some example redeems you can do. Now we're gonna start off with the channel point redeem, throw stuff, and we're gonna click on throw item, connect these together, and let's say we're just gonna throw some random stuff at our avatar, like a duck, or maybe like a pokeball, or maybe a snowball, or stuff like that, or a little snack. Alright, so then we set that to 5. We have it destroy after 10 seconds. And, you know, we can have stuff like that, so we can send the signal out. And now, yeah, we can be able to have that. So, you can have like a throw redeem here. The next redeem that we can do is to drop items. So we'll say drop a box on streamer redeem. So drop box, we'll say there's gonna be 1, no random spawn. We'll say after 4 seconds it's going to disappear, so I'm gonna redeem that. And then the box will be hit on my head. And then after 4 seconds it will go away. So you can have that. Channel point redeem, the next one is going to be a food redeem, so you can have it where it's the streamer. So you can have it so, you can actually have it random, so if you wanted to randomize between, oh my god, can this thing go away? Oh my god, get out! Ah! Whatever, this box hates me. This box is actually not disappearing. Is VNyan glitching or something? Maybe I'm the one glitching. Okay, well, either way, allow me to just... Yeah, just please ignore the box. This box is now my friend. Alright, so... We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do a random 2 split. Please save me. And... Oh, okay. And then we're gonna connect this, and... And then we're gonna have it where between these two, it's gonna either load one on the right hand and then another one on the left hand. And we're gonna have it, let's say I want this one to be avocado banana bread, and then this one will be burger, cheese, and chicken or something like that. So if I do the random thing, it's gonna load like one food thing on my left hand, and and then I'll have another random for the other hand. So that's how you can do a food redeem. Nom nom. The box is still there. Are you kidding me, VNyan? It's okay, I love you, VNyan. Alright, so there's feed streamer, and then we can have another redeem, another channel point redeem. We can have it called bubble redeem. Yeet le bubbles. And then you can have it so you click on bubbles here, and that way you can have like 5 bubbles hit you, and then right click, send signal, so you have bubbles hit you as like a redeem or something like that. And you can adjust the settings accordingly, or maybe have a cat redeem where it's gonna be VNyan, the VNyan Sebastian. Alright, so there's that you can do. You can also have a channel point redeem for toss confetti. This is how you can do the confetti redeem, like so. Confetti. Then another channel point redeem can be bonk the streamer. So here, bonk the streamer, and then right click, send signal, and then bonk streamer. You can then also have a head pat redeem. So head pat time, you can then connect these together and be able to have a head pat, like so. Of course, again, if you want something a little bit more customizable, you can do a toggle prop redeem if you prefer. I think there's a toggle prop, yes, so you can have it with this if you prefer. Let's hold on from that first. Let me go over the simple redeems, and then we'll go over some little advanced stuff. Okay, so let's now have another redeem for yeeting the streamer. Duplicate, yeet, like that. Connect it, yeet the streamer, where we're gonna just have it like this. Yeet! Ooh. So you can have that sort of redeem if you want. Look at you. If you follow along with this tutorial, then you have made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 redeems. Congratulations, you're doing a very good job. Now, the next channel point example redeem we can do, I guess if you want to have a flinch, but honestly, I don't really see a use case for this, so, flinch streamer? So, we can just have this at 1, it's just kind of this, I guess, flat. We don't really, I don't think that's a worthy redeem, to be honest, it's just something. So, there's that. You can also have, let's say for example, you can play a meme sound, so you can play sound. So play the B movie. Okay, no. Play the Shrek anthem or something like that. I don't know, just something. So you got something like that if you want to do like a sound redeem here. Then you can be able to go to channel point here. You could say, play music. So you can have this one where, let's say for example, like it'll be some random music that'll play. So let's say we'll have like 10 random, right? And we want it where 4 music files are going to be playing at random. So you can just choose some random music that will be playing on your stream based on the redeem. So just connect these accordingly, like so. And you can be able to have it where when the music, or when this is triggered, you can have some random music be playing, you know, for the redeem and stuff. Okay. Alright, so now that we have something like that, we can also be able to have it, let's see here. So another redeem we can do, we could, load an avatar. So let's actually make let's make a new graph, add a new graph here. And let's say we're gonna do this as a clothes redeem. Clothes redeem. Or outfit redeems, actually. Outfit redeems. So let's say, for example, I want a channel point redeem where someone's going to load an avatar to, let's say, maid outfit. I don't have a maid outfit, but I don't want one. So you can have it where it's going to load that. And then you can have another avatar, load avatar here for main outfit. Like that. Or you can have it so, duplicate. You can have it as, I don't know, Miku cosplay. You can load an avatar that has a Miku cosplay. But of course, if, let's say, for example, let's say toggle my hat redeem or something like that, then you could probably have, let's see, game, or object, let's see, object visibility. So you can have it where, let's say, for example, now for my case, yeah, I don't have things like toggling my tiara. Maybe in my next model, maybe I might be able to do that. But, like, I kind of do want to toggle my tiara again. But either way, you can have something like hat underscore or banana hat or something like that. Like if you have the separate object toggle for it, or maybe even have a redeem where you can make your character bald or something like that. So something like that, you can be able to toggle the hair game object or something like that, for example. So, you know, you can be able to do outfit redeems like this. This is how you would do it. Again, really depends on how you want to do it for your avatar, but you can do that, and then you can have it where when the avatar is loaded, you can have it where confetti is going to trigger or something like that. So every outfit change is going to be like a wow, or maybe even a sound, like a play sound that plays that wow sort of sound or something like that. So you can do that, and look at you. You now made your, you know, your outfit redeem blueprint. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. So there's that you can do. Yes. And then there's, let's see. Again, if you are a VTS Pog user, you can have it where on the alerts, for example, just real quickly, let's see. VTS Pog TTS. If you have VTS Pog downloaded and it's active, you can connect something like this and make the pet say, thanks for the follow. Like that. Or even like the AI pet if you prefer. But you can utilize the VTS Pog like this if you want. And now, let's see here. Let's make a new graph where we're going to do anim pose toggles. Right? Like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do hotkey. Again, once I finish explaining all this, then we're going to go over the Stream Deck stuff. So don't worry. But we're going to do a hotkey. And over here, or actually I can quickly, just for those who really want to know how to do a Stream Deck toggle now, Stream Deck VNyan, you can Google that, and it pretty much, there is a tutorial I've made back in the day that tells you how to connect your Stream Deck to VNyan. It still applies to this day, so VNyan, Stream Deck, there you go. I forgot to put the link, oops, oh, never mind. Okay, so there you go. So I made a tutorial about how to use a Stream Deck for VNyan. There you go. Just to quickly answer the question though. I'll still kind of demonstrate here, but that's all good. But what we're gonna do now is that we're gonna have it where, let's say, for example, for the anim, we're gonna set a pose here. Well, I have a big node, but we can, if you check out my VNyan pose tutorial, you can be able to load the pose here. I'm gonna not actually load the pose. I think I lost my pose stuff, but you can set up a pose here. Set up a couple of these if you want. So that way, you can have like a sitting pose or something like that. Well, then again, also, you can even set up a hotkey real quickly to clear the pose. So just in case, like, if you want to reset the pose, you can have it to clear. So you can have like your pose little section here. Then over here, we're going to set up a hotkey. Let's see, over here, hotkey. And we're going to set this to play an animation. And here we're going to use the, was it set on chair? Let's see, let's have a T pose actually. So, real quickly, I'm going to go ahead and set up, send signal. What the frick? What the heck is this? This is not what I wanted. I'm trying to find the T-pose pose. But this is a mess. Okay, but yeah, you can trigger animations. This is not there's also a SpongeBob dance. What? Well, this is not native in. Or is it? I think it's, no, I think this is native in VNyan actually. Oh, there you go. Hey, I'm T-posing. You can have like a T-pose. You know what? Great idea. T-pose redeem. You can do something like that. So, yeah, there you go. By the way, though, there should be a sit on chair pose here. Yeah, so that way, if you want to just sit for stream, you have something like this. You could just sit, and I'm just sitting on a box, so this is perfect. So, there you go. You can have an animation like that, and then you can set up a clear animation over here. Where the heck is it? You can set up animation speed or stop animation. So you can do that. So pose, animation, and yeah, there you go. And then of course, if you want to have like a node graph for MMD stuff, like you can add a new graph, call it MMD dances. Again, like I said, I don't really recommend using MMD motions on stream, but for those who just doesn't care, again, just at least credit the emotions you use though, at least, but again, it's not, again, I warned you, if the MMD creator or someone of their community happens to catch you and they are like, hey, you can't use that motion like that, just, that's why it's always recommended to contact the creator before using it on a stream where you get donations and money. So, but again, it's what it is. So you can have let's say a channel point redeem that triggers the dance or something like that if you want, and then you can have a hotkey to turn off the MMD motion if you want, like so. And you can just kind of like make a collection of MMD motions if you want for your graph here. And then another thing that you can do is we can go back to Twitch redeems here, and we can make a channel point redeem for Hydrate Streamer. So let's actually utilize the weight nodes in order to do this. So in order for that, we're gonna go ahead into, let's see, we're gonna find water and then get the weight node here. So let's go ahead and connect this together like this, connect this, and then connect these two together. We're gonna go ahead and set the water to be like that, and set the opacity to be like, maybe see-through a bit, but it's kind of blue. And then we're gonna set the wait time to be like 5 seconds, so 5,000 milliseconds, that's again, 1,000 milliseconds is 1,000 milliseconds equals 1 second, so just kind of keep that in mind, or just use Google to like quickly translate what milliseconds to seconds are. Right click, hydrate streamer, and you can be able to have water hit in your face, and then after 5 seconds, it will turn off automatically. Then we're gonna have a redeem called slime, and then we're gonna go ahead, duplicate here. So we're gonna call, yeah, slime time. And I'm gonna look up the slime node here. And then we're gonna make it green. Gonna connect these together like so. And then here we're gonna go ahead and do the channel point redeem, and then slime will be hit on our avatar. And then after 5 seconds, it will automatically turn off. Yay! Alright, so now that we have that though, another funny thing we can do is just something real quick. We can say throw pie, because there is a pie prop in VNyan, so there's that. Let me just quickly, let's see here, sticky pie, so we can throw pie here. Right click, send signal, and it can hit our avatar, so something really funny. And then, let's see here, so we can have a prop toggle redeem. So let's say, for example, to make like a quick prop toggle redeem, so we're gonna say toggle prop, click on that, duplicate the weight node here. We're gonna go ahead and connect these, we're gonna connect these together because this will be toggle. So let's say, for example, we're gonna toggle the pink blob on. Awa. And then after 5 seconds, it will toggle it off automatically. Yay! So there you go, you have that. And let's see here. We can also do the same thing with a camera toggle. So let's say, for example, we want to make camera toggles real quickly. So camera toggles, like so. We're gonna go ahead and set up, let's say, a hotkey. And we can quickly, just to make a camera hotkey, we'll just set up like camera. So I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate the hotkey here, duplicate this, set this to be 0 and have it instant, and then set this to 1. Or actually, we can set where the transition is 3 seconds, so it's a smooth transition. So connect these together, and then you can have it where this is set to 0, like so. Awa. And then set this to, you know, number 1. Should probably turn off the animation. Please stop. There you go. Alright. So there you go. You're able to set up some camera toggles. Very good. And you can, of course, set up a toggle where you can, of course, set up the camera smoothness if you want. Or, you know, if you want that sort of thing. Or, let me see. You can have a camera look at control here, actually. So we'll set this to 0.9, and yeah, let me see how this is gonna work. Yeah, so there you go. You can set up a toggle for the active, you know, for the follow, and in order for you to deactivate it, just set up another hotkey to deactivate it, like that. There you go. Now you're back to normal. All right. So there you go, you can have something like that to toggle the look at, and then you can have one that toggles the tilt and orbit, like so. There you go. You could toggle this. Toggle that if you want. Never mind. Never mind. Don't, okay, I'm not doing that ever again. Holy frick, that actually fricked my eyes. Help! Oh yeah, that's right. I'm stupid. I was supposed to set a duration, my bad. Set that to, I'm sorry! Okay, just set that 8,000. Oh! 8,000. And then set the angle to 45. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're supposed to set that thing up. Yeah. And then there'll be like an automatic tilt thing. I guess, like, again, just cinematic. Aha! Again, you still may want to still, like, activate, like, a hotkey that deactivates it. So we'll do that. Let me set this up to deactivate. There you go. And then same thing here. Orbit time will be 8,000. And then we'll set up a a hotkey to deactivate it. Like so. Alright, deactivate. Wow! It's all spinning. And then if I want to turn it off, then I turn it off. There you go, see? Look at you. You're making camera toggles, y'all making MMD toggles, animation pose toggles, outfit redeems already, Twitch redeems and Twitch alerts. Man, you guys are better than I am. Haha. Alright. Nice! Congratulations! You freaking learned something! Want a cookie for that? Wish I can give you a cookie, but I'm only a virtual avatar. I don't... Well, actually, I mean, I could hop out of this PC if I really want to, but at the same time, I'm... Like, how do I do that? I can't break into PC anyway, though. Enough of that. So, you can be able to do that sort of thing if you want. But you guys are doing pretty good. Like, very, very good. Starting off with VNyan, doing all this cool stuff. Very, very good. Alright? Now, of course, you can even have, if you stream on both YouTube and Twitch, you can make a new graph dedicated to YouTube redeems. So, YouTube, let's see, YouTube redeems. Like so. And then, let's see here. So then we can have it, like, we can have YouTube alerts plus redeems. And then, oh my god, loud noise. Alright, so we can have it so that way when there's a YouTube super chat sticker here, and then a new member that, you know, will have some redeems for that. So let me go ahead and quickly make some examples here. So let's say for a super chat, we want it to, let's say we get a head pat when somebody super chats and confetti, like so, confetti. And then if someone gives us a sticker, a bubble, a bubble redeem will be triggered for when the stickers appear. So let's say 20 stickers or 20 bubbles. And then the new member, we're gonna bonk the living frick out of them and yeet them across the room for a new member. Okie dokie. Alright. So let's set that at 20, and then respawn time is 10. So, yoink. Ah! Okay, there you go. And then for commands, again, just note that people can't easily spam these unless you're using something like StreamerBot to kind of like make it less spammy. So yeah, I'll better be changing some of my stuff to be better. Thank you, Wallace, and every single one of y'all. You better be using the information I'm giving you guys on this stream. This will help you out on improving your setup. So follow along, everybody. I'm giving you I'm giving you like 4 hours worth of VNyan information. Alright, anyway, so YouTube command. If somebody types in exclamation mark confetti, then a confetti will be able to get hit like so. That's an example. Or if somebody wants to do a water redeem, like water, then you can have water, and then the wait node, so wait node, and you can be able to do like a redeem like that for YouTube, like so. And then 5 seconds, right click, water for like a YouTube sort of command thing, you can do that. There's a lot more you can do, but of course, you can apply what I told you in the Twitch redeems here, and then apply it to the YouTube redeems if you like. But otherwise that, you can also, if you are a Kick user, you can, of course, make a Kick redeems. Oh, wow. Alright. So here, it's pretty simple for Kick. You can have it where, if somebody gives you a kick sub or command. So if somebody gives you a kick sub, you can have it where there's confetti and a bonk, like that. Or if someone, you know, does like a little, like, let's say again for water, if someone does a kick command for water, same rule, you just do water, wait node, connect these little heckers together, set up your time, and then connect it like so. And you can have a war command for Kick users. Alright. There you go, like that. Alright, so now, like, look at you going already. Like, for anyone who's even kicking YouTube, you're going so far with this. Good job, everyone. Good job. Alright. Now, since I kind of covered a bit of YouTube and Kick and a couple of this other stuff here. Now, let's see here. Let's see, so we have that. I went over those. I already went over camera stuff. I already kind of went over those too. Again, I already have an in-depth tutorial about cameras for VNyan. I'm just kind of going over some important stuff. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's make a quick, so let's make a new graph, and we're gonna call it, calibrate tracking. So we can make a hotkey, so that way we can be able to fix our tracking. So reset ARKit, and then reset, we can reset blend shapes if we want. But yeah, so if we do this, we can be able to like reset the tracking, so that way, you know, it's all back to normal. So we can have that for calibrate. Alright? Now that we have that, let's see here, the next thing that we can go over, we can make a screenshot hotkey if we want. So new graph, we can do a screenshot, yeah, the screenshot, and you can have like a custom hotkey, and then screenshot if you want to have like, you know, a custom hotkey for a screenshot. I'll need to make this. Yes, Miss Kana. Alright then. So there's that screenshot. And then let's see, the next thing here. Let's see. So some things that we can do, you could either do toggle. Actually, yeah, so hold up a second. We can also do. There's other redeems that we can, of course, get to, but let me quickly make a little graph for emote dropper. So emote dropper, rename it. So I'm gonna have it where it's application start, emote dropper. Actually, I might as well, yeah, because you can make it from scratch, by the way, which there's a start settings if you do the start wizard. We can deactivate this real quickly. And then toggles, like I said, pretty much it just looks like this, so you can do like expression toggles. But for start settings, yeah, I mean, it's already there. It's pretty simple. So you can do something like that, or you can connect it like this if you want. But actually, yeah, let's not make a separate emote dropper graph here. Let's just go over here, set up emote dropper, and just connect it like so. And then let's say if someone puts one emote in my chat, there's going to be 5 of them. The spawn radius is going to be about, let's say, 2.3. The size multiplier is going to be 1.5. The gravity multiplier is going to be 0.8. And then destroy after, let's say, 5 seconds. Or something like that. I made a tutorial about the emote dropper too, by the way, if you need extra clarification. But otherwise, though, there you go. You can have something like that. Alright. And now, let's see here. The next thing, we can go over some more abilities to do some toggle or new redeems. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that. Make a new redeem here. So let's make a spin redeem. So duplicate spin me. And then we're gonna have spinner here. So after, let's see, so set that weight. I think actually this goes by like, let's see, if I put this like 10, if I do this and yeah, okay, so then it's, yeah, I can do it on its own. So just do something like that, and you can have a spin redeem like so. You spin me right round, banana, na 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 na. Okay, there you go. So you can do a spin redeem like that. You can then be able to do a wind redeem where, let's say, for example, let's say, strong winds is a channel point redeem. We can have it where, let's see, trigger these together. I think actually, let me double check to make sure that the thing, yeah, so if I do this, I think it's able to like toggle it. Let me see. So if I do this, and then I do that again, okay, it does toggle it on and off. So I can do the same thing here. So I can do a channel point redeem where it has strong winds, and then after 5 seconds, it will automatically turn it off. All right. Now, another redeem that we can do is a rain redeem. So let's say, for example, I'm gonna load a texture. Let's see here. Hiko and texture. Let's say, for example, I want a snow rain or something like that. So let's go ahead and have it where like the speed of the, like, we'll have like, for instance, I don't know, something like snow or something like that. So we'll say like snow or rain, snow rain, yeah, or something like that. And then we'll have a channel point, and then there you go, falling freaking snows from the sky. You can also have something like Wasubi has, a cookie rain. And then after 5 seconds, it'll turn off, and bada bing bada boom. You made yourself a rain redeem. Congratulations. Alright. Now that you have that, we can now also make a redeem regarding effects. Let's actually make this one our its own graph. We already made a lot of blueprints, a lot of redeems, so good job everybody. Let's say we're gonna call these effect redeems. Effect redeems. So channel point, let's see here. I'm gonna show y'all. So let's say we're gonna have a glitch redeem. So glitch time. Then we're going to have wait. Whoops. Oh my god. Ah, okay. Let's do a glitch here. Let's set the value to maybe like this. 5 seconds. Glitch. Send the signal. I'm so glitchy. Ooh-wah. So there's that. The next thing that we can do is we can set up an analog glitch, so we can have like a, let's say, a TV streamer or something like that, some silly redeem like that. We can connect these together here, like so. And then vertical jump. Let's make it a little, nothing too crazy. And then do that. But you kind of see the pattern though, right? It's pretty much just the wait node and then just preparing the effect pretty much. I'll still keep going over this again just so like you can see the things that you can do. But you know, you get my point. Alright, so let's go ahead and set the dither scale to 1. Set this to green, light green. And then you'll pass the deset to that. And then let's say Gachi streamer. Then do that. Have something like that. And then next thing you can have as a redeem is the grain. So let's call this one muy grain. Or something, muy noise, or something like that, I don't know. So, you can have that, intensity could be like this, grain size could be that, maybe a little luminance and color it. But we are gonna need it where, because it has an activate checkbox, we're gonna need another one to be, actually, let me double check. Oh no, you can toggle it on itself. Okay, that's smart. Thanks, Suvi. Thanks, Suvi, for allowing that. Makes it so much convenient for me. Up, now it doesn't want to work anymore. Up. Okay. 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, I think I kind of broke it, actually. Oops. My bad. It's okay. The same logic applies regardless. It's all good. Don't worry. Alright. Okay. Or, I think it's probably safer to honestly just duplicate it, set it to not active, honestly. Just to make sure it's not as buggy. Yeah, it's better like that, honestly. There you go. Alright, so now that we have that, we can have like a bloom. Maybe this one's gonna be a little dangerous, actually. Let's not. Alright, now we can have a rainbow redeem where your streamer can, or your VTuber avatar can become a rainbow. Streamer. I'm literally just giving you guys pretty much at this point of the stream, I'm just giving you guys some redeem ideas, so please follow along. Alright, so now, 5 seconds later. Oh wait, I'm silly. Oops. Oh wait. Oh, I'm also extra silly. You're supposed to disable it now. Yay! That's how you do a rainbow redeem. Wah, 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 wah. Aww. Okay, well maybe we'll make the speed very fast then. Awa, awa, awa. Awa, awa, awa. What? Okay, never mind. Great job. Anyways, so you can have that. You can also have a pixelization redeem. Like so. Activate. Let's hope this. Let's see. Pixel streamer. Alright. So you can have like a mosaic. It could have been called mosaic streamer, honestly. Mosaic. Alright. There you go. And now, let's see here. Another thing that we can do, channel points here. Alright, let's, we can call this, something funny. Let's see. So lens dirt, that's more of like a cinematography thing, but we could do lens distortion, where, let's see. Lens distortion is gonna look like this, so weight will disable it, but here we're gonna activate it, and it's going to have the intensity high, and we're gonna turn into, so we're gonna just say, we're gonna call it fisheye. Why not? And then we trigger it, and it's like, hey, how you doing, everyone? Ah. But of course, if your character's at the corner here, this may not be a good redeem idea, to be honest. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, so there's that you can do. Then there is also negative image. So you can have that. Wait time. Disable that here. Or is toggle. Oh. You know what, just to keep it safe, we'll just do it like that. So we'll say negative image redeem or something like that. We'll say it's gonna be a 1, but then this is gonna be a 0 and just not active. So we can have a negative image. Hi! Oh my god! I have no idea what I want to do anymore. There you go. Alright. So now that we have that, let's see here. Let's see. Then we're gonna have old VHS effect. So there you go. So connect that. Connect these together. Let's see. Active, and then make that active. Film grain, film noise. Let's see how this. Oh my god! I had no idea it would look like that. Oh my. Okay, I mean, yeah, you could have an old VHS mode. Maybe just lower these, I guess. Okay, I'm not doing that again. Alright. Well, anyways, though, yeah, there you go. You guys have, like, a lot of example redeems to play with. Woohoo! Did you guys learn something new? Then I'm also we're gonna make one more, we're gonna make another graph, and we're gonna call this, cinematography Photography toggles. This is not really gonna be freaking this is not gonna be redeemed, but this is more of just gonna be like hotkeys that you can toggle, so if you want to look fancy sometimes. Yeah, I did. I'm glad you learned something new. Alright. So what we're gonna do now is, let's see here. We can have you can control the bloom, I guess. So set to low, maybe set to light blue or something like that. The rest is gonna be that. So intensity is this, but we'll have that, and then just you could just change the thing here. Yep, I see it. I'm just trying to be careful not to blind my eyes, but I could tell just by like the eye color, just very slightly, that the bloom is working. Oh yeah, that's right. It's also like a toggle. There you go. See? I can toggle this between like my default one and that. I could probably make it red just so it's like you see a little better. Ah. So you can have like a bloom toggle if you want that. Nice, nice. You can then have a depth of field, so if you want to toggle the depth of field, if you like, let's say the focus bone is going to be my, let's say it's going to be my head. Can I have it on my head? Head. Focal length, like this. Or maybe I'll increase it a bit more. Ah. There you go. So you can toggle like a depth of field here if you like. You can do that. Cinematography. Ooh. Actually, no, I'm gonna load the attic world actually, and maybe or actually the nature world. How about that? Yeah, so we can have depth of field in the back. Ooh, isn't this so this is so fancy. Ooh. Alright. So now we can have that. You can add the hotkey to make a vignette, so extra fanciness. There you go. That's not fancy. That's just very, hilarious. Hi, that's all, folks. I don't know, I was trying to make a Looney Tunes reference. Okay, anyways, let me go ahead and make the smoothness, and then make this to 0.5. This is not what I wanted at all. And then, there you go, something a little light. Maybe make it a 2? Try again. There you go. Wow, isn't this very, pretty? Ooh. Alright, so you can have a vignette here. Then we can have a motion blur toggle here as well. So we can have the shutter angle be, let's say, 350. Sample count will be 15. See how that's gonna turn out. Ooh, motion blurriness. Yeah, it's not gonna have like motion. Well, it's mainly just camera. Ooh. Okay, so you can be able to toggle that if you like. Very nice. And then you can be able, let's see here. You can have lens blur if you want. Let me see how that's gonna look like. Threshold, intensity. Let's see how that's gonna look. Ah. I don't see it. Oh. Oh, I see it. It's kind of hard to see, but it's there. I see you. Oh, okay, so let's make the saturation a little higher and the threshold a little lower. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, the lens dirt. I'm shining. Yeah, you can have this cool effect if you like for your environments. Wow. Alright, so you have that as a toggle, and then you can also be able, let's see here. You can have a color grading if you want to toggle, but otherwise, you know, that's like, again, this is like, again, these are like your example toggles for if you want like to toggle like your effect stuff. So there you go. We already went over like camera toggles right over there, so there's effect toggles. Alright, And then you can also have it where you can trigger a light or a sky if you want. For more information about the sky thing though, because it does have to be kind of specific, VNyan sky. Here, I'll send you guys a tutorial, or you can Google it. But pretty much here, VNyan sky tutorial. There you go. Alright, so there you go. You are now able to have, you can be able to do like sky stuff if you want. So that's all good. And let me see, is there anything else that I need to cover? Of course, you can do, you know, light toggles if you want. Let's say, for example, you want to have it where you're, let's say, for example, you want to have a redeem where, you know, everything's all like perfectly fine, I guess, with the lighting. But then a redeem where like you're hiding in the dark, like let's say this. I do that. Or actually, I don't think it's gonna work with this because the world overrides the lighting. So let me put this back to default and do this. So I can be in the dark, and then I can put myself back in the light. Dark, light. So you can toggle lighting like that. Really nice. I'll put it back into the nature though. The nature is just, I just like the colors. Like, it's just nice and warm to the eyes. The box has still been here for like the past freaking hour. I don't know how. Anyways. So there's that, and let me see, is there anything else we haven't talked about? I talked about that, I talked about that. That's a field. You can do chromatic aberration if you want to make that into a toggle if you like. Whether a redeem or for video, you know, fancy video stuff. Then binary, we made that into redeem. Analog, we made that redeem. Ambient occlusion if you want that. Otherwise, I do not look good with ambient occlusion. Box's friend. Oh, thank you very much, Wallace. Alright. Anyways, let's see here. I think we covered pretty much at least a majority of stuff that you need to know as someone starting with VNyan. Oh boy, that's a lot of information. I apologize if it's all overwhelming. Oh yeah, we're not done. Hold up a second. We need to make one more graph. Hold up, or not one more. Hold up. Graph. Is this optional? This is optional. Position. Toggles if you want to like have your character in like different positions for an environment or something like that. You can have a hotkey like so, and then you can have a position. Hello, hope you're having a lovely day. Hello everyone. And then you can have a object position if you want to trigger different avatar posing. And of course, if anyone has a VNyan question, please ask the VNyan question now. Since we're pretty much now close to, you know, Q&A, because we pretty much covered everything here for the most part, so Q&As are good. Can it be possible to put a camera moving animate? Yes, of course. We already we went through that right here. So there is a this is how you can do like an automatic camera animation. So we have a hotkey here to trigger, let's say, an orbit motion or tilt. Maybe orbit, maybe to you what you like, maybe. So I'll probably set this to 2500 for 25 seconds. But we can trigger this hotkey here, and then we can have an automatic camera movement if you like. Awa. And then, of course, if you want to turn it off by any chance, there you can have a toggle to turn it off. And then we can have one for tilt if you want to have like a tilt automatic animation going on. And then you can, of course, turn it back off if you want. So there you go. And Cinemachine, I think Cinemachine is integrated in VNyan actually. If I think, I mean, I think. Don't quote me on that. You may want to ask Suvi about that. But if you want more information regarding the VNyan cameras, though, I do have a full tutorial that goes over how to use the VNyan cameras. So VNyan cameras, there's this tutorial that goes over it. But otherwise, though, you know, there are some like there's that. Now, if you're wondering about maybe like, okay, what if I have a very specific animation, right? So now one thing, you can put an MMD animation into VNyan, or a camera animation if you like. But again, like I said, I don't really recommend using VNyan stuff, but it's whatever, I guess. But you know, you can have a VNyan camera animation, but if you, let's say, for example, you want it where you have a very, very particular camera animation, something super specific for your setup, like very, very specific. Let's say you have like you have a VNyan, you converted an animation to VNyan, like a VN file, and you want to have a very specific animation for the camera. Now, there's not really how do I say it? There's not like a too convenient method for that, but the only way to do that is by converting the camera into a VNyan prop, and then when you have the prop, you have to pretty much toggle it on if you want to activate the camera animation, and then toggle it off to disable it. So you can do that if you want to have a very particular camera animation or something like that. Again, I've heard people have issues regarding it sometimes, but otherwise it is pretty much the main method if you want something super custom like that. Hope that helps you out. Alright. Happy to help you out. Alright. Anywho though, let's see. Close that thing. Alright. So, other than that though, let's see, we already, so if you want to do like camera position toggles, you can of course be able to do that there. Like I mentioned before, you'll have to utilize the miscellaneous, load, save your current and load your position. You can be able to toggle it over in the nodes. So do keep that in mind. Like I said, I have a position and a camera tutorial for VNyan that goes a bit more in depth about it, so keep that in mind. But otherwise though, let's see if there's anything else I need to talk about before we head out, since this stream has been quite long. Let's see, camera, we already went through some camera stuff. An example of a start timer, by the way, let me show you. So timer example here. Let's say we're gonna start a timer, and then we have the timer itself. Let me see if I can actually do an example one here. Let's say, for example, if a channel point redeem is called time confetti, and we have it connected like this, then if the timer name is confetti, name it here, it's going to take, let's say, about 2 seconds to trigger. And if this triggers, let's see. There you go. So you can be able to utilize timers. It's also kind of similar. Again, it's kind of similar to the wait node, where after a certain amount of time, it'll trigger something or delay it. But again, it kind of depends on what your preference is regarding, like, what you're trying to do. A lot of times, most people are gonna use the wait node from now on, for the most time, because of how, like, it's just one node instead of 2 separate ones. But again, there are certain cases you may want to have a start timer for, like, certain conditions or something like that, so. But either way, let's see. That should pretty much hopefully be it in regarding to that. I mean, there's a set resolution toggle you can have if you want. Like I can set up a hotkey to have like a TikTok TikTok resolution, and then I don't know, let's say 1920 by 1080, 1080, and then this one will be 1080 1920. So you can have something like that to like toggle the resolution of VNyan for certain streaming stuff. And just looking through all this stuff, I mean, there's definitely a lot more stuff you can do, of course, with VNyan, but it can result in you having to mess with the VSF avatar, messing with the SDK, doing some custom conversion stuff, or again, it kind of just really depends on what you want to do as a VTuber. You can also download pre-existing graphs as well. Now, this tutorial tries to keep it as simple as possible in regarding to the setups here. So, more advanced examples could be like having the advanced arm sway from Luna, where you can be able to do like a keyboard ability. You know, you can have a keyboard tracking and a mouse tracking. There's also a tutorial I made regarding how to do mouse tracking for those who don't have camera or Android or anything, but they happen to have a PC but want to use VNyan. I have a tutorial on that. There's also, you can do things such as like, if let's say you do a specific leap motion hand pose on your character, you can have something be triggered, or maybe you can have like a movement graph where you can use your keyboard to move your character from one place to another, or you can have things like a very custom-made head pat, or maybe a very custom dance sequence, or maybe for your environment you can have something like a crazy concert, or you know, there's like a lot of things that you can be able to do with VNyan, but the thing is that only your imagination is the limit. And not only just your imagination, but also kind of like your experience in regarding to how you are, like how like comfortable you are utilizing Unity and Blender. That heavily really depends. So I'm just gonna quickly like here load the camera position. Did I accidentally save the camera position? Oops. My bad. Well, camera, well, Kana died. Kana died. That, or I'm in the wrong position, actually. Actually, let me see. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was in the wrong position. I was confused. Okay. But yeah, so pretty much, though, I covered, like, the... So, pretty much in a nutshell of the stream, I covered regarding all of the settings up here, expressions, colliders, effects, lights, and settings. I covered how to use the startup wizard. I covered how you can connect the social media stuff. Pulsewave, you just have to make an account with that, of course. I've covered pretty much like some of these extra stuff, and as for nodes, I've covered about, you know, how you can do the start stuff here. You can be able to do toggles such as toggling your blend shape expression. And then I covered over Twitch alerts here, on how you can be able to do Twitch alerts like so. How you can be able to do some example Twitch redeems, so you can do some post-processing and other fun little redeems like so. Outfit redeems for Twitch, especially if you have 500,685 outfits for your redeems or something like that. Then, of course, you have animation toggles or poses, or you can turn these into redeems if you prefer. MMD motions, which is pretty simple of a setup like so, but again, you know how I am. I don't really recommend MMD motion for stream, but again, if you really want to use it, it is up to your own choices. Then camera toggles on how you can be able to not only toggle your cameras, like the camera position stuff. Again, I have a full tutorial about that, but also like quickly on how you can toggle some like camera effects such as automatic camera movement, and yeah, just mainly just camera movement. Then quick YouTube, like how you can do the command thing. It's the same information as how you can do the Twitch alerts and stuff. So there's that, and same with Kick. It's quickly just that. The only difference is just the node here. Then calibrate tracking, where you can calibrate your tracking, have a hotkey to correct your tracking when you're streaming. Screenshot if you want something a little custom, if you want to take some screenshot for thumbnails beside the S key. Effects redeems if you want like some like cool little redeem where someone has redeemed like a cool little effect going on or something like that, like this. And then cinematography if you want to maybe make some special VNyan animations or something like that, how you can be able to do some hotkeys to trigger some cool camera effects, so that way for certain, you know, scenes or something like that, you may want to have, you know, toggle for it. Then avatar position toggles, very simple, and then a timer example if you want to do something like a timer, or again you can do like resolution stuff. Again, there's a lot more that you can do with VNyan. Any questions? Hello, most of my the Korean VTubers have moved to the platform called Africa TV since the Korean Twitch market ended in February. If there's a chance, could you consider? I am not the creator of VNyan. I'm not the creator of VNyan. The creator of VNyan is Suvadrail. So if you can please join this real quickly. I'm Here. Here is Superdrill. You can join her Discord server, and you can make a VNyan forum. You can make a VNyan forum and ask her if she can add support for it. You need to link. By the way, you need to link where Superdrill can find the API, because she will not add a certain streaming service unless there is a public API that's easily accessible. So you'll definitely need to let Superdrill know about that. I heard that there is another program that I believe does have, like, there's this other streaming platform that is Korean based, but because this is a VNyan stream, I won't be mentioning that other VTuber program, just mainly out of respect. Yeah, don't worry though. It's all good. But yeah, definitely join the Discord server for Suvi and tell Suvi's there, and she's as long as you link the API, by the way, so she can find it easily, then she may consider adding it. So, you know, again, it's all about just letting her know if the API is easily accessible. Right? Alrighty then. Now, besides that though, is there any... Now, I'm gonna quickly show you guys how you can do the stream deck. I mean, I linked the tutorial, but I will quickly show you guys, let me see here. I will quickly show you guys, let's see, stream deck. Let me see if I can change the order of this. Okay, there you go, real quickly, let me, change the thing here. Alright. So here's my stream deck here, my lovely stream deck, and then I have my VNyan folder here and such. So in order for you to be able to use a stream deck as a VNyan user, you need to download this plugin. Let's see, it's called, Stream Deck WebSocket. Let me see, was it this plugin here? I think, no, it's not this plugin. Stream Deck WebSocket. Let me try and find the it's not proxy, it's something else. Let me look here. Is it called web request? So you need to use this plugin called web request. This will allow you to be able to set up your stream deck for VNyan. So in order to do that, first you install that plugin to your stream deck. The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to go into node graphs here, like so. And then you're going to go ahead and you're going to add a new graph. Then what you're going to do is you're going to add a WebSocket, like so. And let's say, for example, we want to have a prop toggle, like this, right? We want to be able to, let's say, toggle hat. So make sure you have a WebSocket command, name whatever the heck you want. And then on the stream deck, right? Oh wait, actually, sorry, I just realized the thing was in the way. So you add a WebSocket command, like so, and then you add whatever you want after it. And then here, on the stream deck itself, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a web request. So web request here. Once you've installed it, do WebSocket message and click and drag it to your stream deck. Make sure that you copy and paste the message from, you know, on the WebSocket command on VNyan, and make sure that you paste it over to here, like so. You can add a title if you want, but it's actually quite optional. And then what you're going to need to do is you're going to copy and paste this URL. So the URL here, so just copy and paste this text if you are a stream deck user. I just posted there, and pretty much it is ws //localhost 8000 /VNyan, and that way once you have that, then all you have to do is that on your stream deck you just press on it, and then you can be able to do your toggles and stuff with your stream deck. So this is a solution I always use for VNyan because I am a stream deck user. So I heavily recommend this. Definitely stream decks are really great if you don't want to take too much of your keyboard space. So, you know, keep that in mind. But yeah, let me ask you one more quick, if Slime VR and webcam motion capture, okay, so Slime VR and webcam motion capture are separate programs. Slime VR is a VR program for this, Slime VR tracking or just any like of the, VR related stuff. And then webcam motion capture is a webcam solution. So if you want to, let's say for example, I want to merge webcam motion capture's hand tracking, but then have Slime VR leg tracking, for example, then you would need to utilize something called VMC. VMC stands for Virtual Motion Capture. Now, there's the program VMC, and then there's a protocol VMC. The protocol VMC is found in tracking layers, and it's found at the bottom here. So here, this is where you can be able to set, let's say for example, for Slime VR, you can have, you have to look into Slime VR setting and you have to scroll all the way down to find the VMC settings. So make sure that the port number is a perfect match, and then whatever you have in Slime VR, you can be able to send it over here. Do make sure to adjust your sliders according to what you want. So for example, if you don't want Slime VR to take over your head tracking, make sure to disable the head tracking here, or whichever it's not, it's not supposed to be affecting. And then, let's say, so for Slime VR, you want to affect the legs, then you'll disable everything but anything related to the legs. And then for webcam motion capture, if you want it for the hands, you'll disable everything except the ones that mention arms and hands. So you can be able to mix and match motion capture solutions, like especially like let's say you're a Makopi user and you want to mix like leap motion, for example, you can connect Makopi via VMC using virtual motion capture, or even Slime VR actually, and you can be able to send the tracking data via VMC, send it over here, and then you can mix it with leap motion for tracking the fingers and stuff. So you can do that. Hello. Now, alright, okay, so now, we've been, like, streaming for about 5 hours, holy frick. Alright, so, does anyone have any other questions in regarding to VNyan? Because after this stream ends, I'm resting my voice. Oh, okay, God, thank you very much. I've always appreciated the VNyan tutorial. Well, you are in the VNyan tutorial, so thank you. Thank you again. I'm glad that I'm glad I have answered your questions. So, yeah. Other than that, though, I quickly showed you guys how to do the Stream Deck stuff. Literally what I just showed. So, yeah. Other than that, I pretty much explained at least the majority of what you can do in VNyan. Now again, like I mentioned before, there's so much more you can do with VNyan, whether you are a coder and you can make your own custom scripts, whether you're someone who wants to add custom shading and maybe some audio link stuff or other crazy animations. Let's say for example the way I do my wings, for instance, that is a VSF animation. You can you can mess with VSF Avatar for more customizable stuff, but you can also mess with the SDK as well if you want even more custom stuff. Let's say, for example, you bought an asset from Unity Asset Store and want to convert that into a VNyan prop, then by all means you can be able to use the SDK to convert droppables, throwables, stickables, or even environments, or there's a lot of stuff you can pretty much do in regards to the SDK. It's very easy to use as well, very simple, nothing too complicated. So, other than that, that's pretty much like, at least in terms of like how you can be able to use VNyan for beginners. Because again, we literally just covered almost everything, but then again, I can't really cover absolutely everything. So if there's no other questions in regarding to VNyan, I'm hoping that you guys know how to use VNyan now, or you guys don't have any questions, and that the stream has answered all your questions. But again, though, like I said, if by any chance, you do need further assistance in regarding to VNyan or anything like that, but by all means, please join Suvadrill's Discord server. I will again send the link to her Discord server in the chat, but of course in the description you can be able to see the server link there as well. So yeah, so thank you guys again so much for appearing on the stream. Actually, hold up, wait, did someone ask me a question on a video? Let me quickly check. Let's see, let's see here. Oh yeah, no, this is for a different, okay, this is for a different program. So, yeah. Alright, well, either way though, if you guys don't have any other questions, again, join the Discord server. But of course, like I said, I will be making more VNyan tutorials, but I just wanted to make this big tutorial mainly for those who want to have like a sort of, I guess you can kind of say an ultimate guide to VNyan, if I'm going to be honest. But at the same time, I can't really say it's an ultimate guide because I can't really cover every little thing due to the complexity of VNyan. But, you know, that's at least a good thing, because VNyan can allow you to do so much stuff, and it's quite a powerful program, so yeah. But either way though, thank you guys again for watching this tutorial stream, and I hope that you have learned many things throughout the stream though. And of course, again, it is perfectly okay if you couldn't make it throughout the entire stream. It is a long stream after all, so I hope you guys have plenty of rest, and I'm happy to have answered a couple of questions throughout the stream. And otherwise though, I look forward to seeing you guys using VNyan, so that way you can be able to do a lot of crazy advanced stuff, since, you know, VNyan is definitely really powerful. Even, like, again, it's an easy to use program, but also it can be such a powerful powerhouse as you use the SDK. Maybe you may learn some coding, maybe use VSF Avatar, and so on and so on. And let your imagination run wild, because don't let anything limit you. Because again, this is technically technically this is a beginner's guide, oddly enough. But again, really depends on what you want to do as a VTuber. But either way, if you, again, want to have any questions directed to me, though, by all means, I do have my own Discord server as well that you could definitely check out for further information regarding, like, if you want to, like, contact me regarding, like, further help. Oh yeah, that's right. I just remembered my streamer bot's down. That's right. Let me just copy and paste the link, actually, so that way, Let me copy and paste the link so that way you guys can be able... Oh, nope, it's not gonna let me. Real quickly, hold up, real quickly. So that way you guys can get the right link. There you go. So, there you go. If you want to join my Discord server, if you want to ask me more 3D questions, then by all means go ahead. But I heavily recommend for VNyan join Suvi's Discord server anyways, because you can actually contact the devs. Because again, I may be making a lot of tutorials for VNyan, but I'm not the dev. I actually don't know coding. It's why there's some things I couldn't really cover over, because I'm not the dev. Supergirl's the dev, so yeah, so make sure you ask her any questions that you have, or if there's certain features that you want in the program or something like that, then by all means, you know, you can ask her for any feature requests. But either way, if that's all the questions, then I'm going to be heading off, because my voice does indeed kind of hurt. But, you know, if you, again, also, because this will be a VOD, you can always come back to this live stream anytime you like, if there's something that you want to get a refresher on, and pretty much, you know, check once in a while. But of course, like I said, there's also, like, other, like, smaller tutorials that I've had made regarding VNyan, if you want to refer those as well. Again, I want to make you guys as much learning resources as possible on VTubing. But either way, I hope you guys do have a lovely day, though. I'm going to go ahead and hit the button. But I hope you guys do have a lovely day, though, and I'll be seeing you guys next time, okay? Hey, bye-bye, everyone. I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Bye-bye! All my Snowflake members, in case you don't know, I have YouTube membership, so if you want to further support this channel and what I do, then feel free to join the Snowflake members. Otherwise though, just your support means so much to me, and I appreciate every ounce of it. Either way though, with that being said though, hey, goodbye everyone! I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Bye-bye!